You can catch them live on KBC Channel 1, as well as Bunge TV on Signet. This is a broadcast that informs the public on what is going on the National Assembly chambers, giving the public an opportunity to follow through the motions and the bills, petitions, and statements sought by their members in the House. As you can see on your screen, members are streaming in to ensure that the quorum is attained. And once the quorum is attained, the House business can proceed. Back to the order paper for today. There is also expected to be a consideration. You can see on your screen that the Sergeant at Arms is signifying the Speaker that the quorum has been attained. Allow me to hand you over to the chambers. Have a lovely afternoon.
Honorable members, we now have quorum to transact business. Clerk.
Order number 1, administration of oath. Order number 2, communication from the chair. Order number 3, messages.
Members on their feet, take your seats. Take the nearest seats. Karemba, taking the nearest seat and racing across the aisle. Raso, take the nearest seat. Millie, take the nearest seat. Thank you, honorable members. I have a message from the President on the nomination of persons to various state offices. Honorable members, pursuant to the provisions of Standing Order 42, I wish to convey 3 messages from His Excellency the President seeking approval of persons nominated for appointment to various state offices. Order. Honorable members, in the first message, His Excellency the President conveys that in exercise of powers conferred by Article 252B of the Constitution and Section 8(7) of the Teacher Service Commission Act, Cap 212, he has nominated the following persons for appointment as members of the Teacher Service Commission, TSC. 1, Ms. Antonina Lendoijoni, and 2, Honorable Wilson Sosion. Honorable members, in the second message, His Excellency the President notifies that in exercise of powers conferred on him by the provisions of Article 2332 of the Constitution as read with Article 252B of the Constitution, he has nominated Ms. Flora Mutua for appointment as a member of the Public Service Commission, PSC. Honorable members, in the third message, His Excellency the President notifies that in exercise of the powers conferred on him by Section 11(5) of the Independent Policing Oversight Authority, Cap 86, he has nominated Dr. Duncan Ojwang Oburu for appointment as the chairperson of the Independent Policing Oversight Authority, IPOA. Members, the President now seeks the approval of the said nominations by the National Assembly. Standing Order 45 provides that upon receipt of notification of nomination for appointment, such nomination shall stand committed to the relevant departmental committee for consideration. In this regard, with respect to the nomination of persons for appointment as members of the Teacher Service Commission, I hereby refer the message from His Excellency the President together with the CVs of the nominees to the Departmental Committee on Education. Honourable members, with respect to the nomination of a person for appointment as a member of the Public Service Commission and the nomination of a person for appointment as the chairperson of the Independent Policing Oversight Authority, I hereby refer the messages together with the CVs of the nominees to the Departmental Committee on Labor and Departmental Committee on Administration and Internal Security, respectively. Honorable members, it is important to note that Section 8 of the Public Appointments Parliamentary Approval Act, Cap 7F, provides that, unless otherwise provided in law, the committee to which such nomination is referred shall consider the matter and table a report to the House within 28 days. However, with regard to the nominees for appointment to the Teacher Service Commission, Section 8 of the Teacher Service Commission Act, Cap 212, requires the National Assembly to consider the nominations within 21 days. In this regard, the committee is expected to undertake the approval hearings and submit its report on or before Tuesday, 18th August 2026. Further, honorable members, Section 11.6 of the Independent Policing Oversight Authority Act, Cap 86, provides that the National Assembly shall consider the nominee within 21 days. The committee is therefore also to undertake the approval hearings and submit its report on or before Tuesday, 18th August 2026. With regard to the nominees for appointment to the Public Service Commission, honorable members, the Public Service Commission Act 2017 does not specify the timeline for consideration. The committee is therefore expected to consider the nomination within 28 days, as per the Public Appointments Parliamentary Approval Act, Cap 7F. However, in order for the House to consider the nominees alongside those of the PSC and TSC, the committee is required to also table its report on Tuesday, 18th August 2026. Honourable members, the committees to which the various nominees have been referred are therefore required to immediately commence the approval hearing process and notify the nominees and the general public of the time and place for holding the approval hearings, and thereafter table the respective reports as guided to enable the House to conclude consideration of the proposed appointments within the prescribed statutory timelines. I thank you. Next.
Order number 4, petitions. Order number 5, papers.
Majority Leader, Bukose.
Honorable Speaker, I beg to lay the following papers on the table of the House today, Thursday, 30th July 2026, on behalf of the Majority Leader. A, legal notice number 61 of 2026 relating to the exercise duty, remission of exercise duty, regulations 2026, explanatory memorandum and evidence of stakeholder consultation and public participation report on the regulations from the National Treasury. B, the National Government Budget Implementation Review Report for the first 9 months of financial year 2025-2026 from the Office of the Controller of Budget. C, audit report on verification of liabilities and employee-related obligations for Gemelil Sugar Company Limited, 1965, from the National Treasury. D, reports of the Auditor General and financial statements for the years ended 30th June 2021, 30th June 2022, 30th June 2023, 30th June 2024, and 30th June 2025, and the certificates therein in respect of the following. 1. Kiambere School Complex. 2. Kianjai Girls Secondary School. 3. Kiene Girls High School. 4. Menengai High School. 5. Our Lady of Mercy Ringa Boys Secondary School. 6. St. Anne's Girls Kiriairi Secondary School. 7. St. John's Kiamuringa Secondary School. 8. St. Luke's Boys Secondary School. 9. St. Teresa's Girls Secondary School, Kidhimu. And 10. Uringu Girls Secondary School. E. Reports of the Auditor General and financial statements for the years ended 30th June 2021, 30th June 2022, 30th June 2023, and 30th June 2024, and the certificates therein in respect of the following. 1. Pulesa Day Secondary School. 2. Chelilis Girls Secondary School. 3. St. Giles Luanga Otimong Secondary School. And 4. Wamalwa Kijana Friends Secondary School. F. Reports of the Auditor General and financial statements for the year ended 30th June 2024 and the certificate therein in respect of the following. 1. Kablelach Secondary School. 2. St. Paul's Ikanga Boys Secondary School. And 3. Tuyopoi Secondary School. G. Report of the Auditor General and financial statements of Bungoma High School for the years ended 30th June 2023 and the certificates therein. H. Reports of the Auditor General and financial statements of St. Anne's Girls Secondary School for the years ended 30th June 2021 and 30th June 2022 and the certificates therein. And I. Reports of the Auditor General and financial statements of Singore Girls Secondary School for the years ended 30th June 2021, 30th June 2022, and 30th June 2025, and the certificates therein. Thank you, Honorable Speaker.
Thank you, Honorable Kose. Well, this thing is malfunctioning. Honorable members, before we call the next order, allow me to acknowledge in the Speaker's gallery Oreyet Secondary School from Chepalungu in Bomet, Kidaeni Junior School from South Imendi Meru, AIC Sergoi Academy from Chesumei Nandi. In the public gallery, Utali Comprehensive School from Joro Nakuru, Tegla Lorupe Education and Peace Center from Kapenguria, West Pokot. On my behalf and on behalf of the House, we welcome the students, those accompanying them, and their teachers to the House of Parliament. I thank you. Next.
Order number 6, notices of motion. Order number 7, questions and statements.
Honorable members, first request for statements. Member for Laisamis, Joseph Lekuton. Lekuton, go ahead. Give him the mic.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, Honorable Speaker, pursuant to the provisions of Standing Order 444, subsection 2C, I rise to request for statement from the chairperson of the Departmental Committee on Administration and Internal Security regarding an armed banditry attack in Gudas area, Logo Ward in Laisamis constituency. Honorable Speaker, on the night of the 19th July 2026, at approximately 11 p.m., extending into the early hours of 20th July 2026, an estimated 20 to 25 heavily armed bandits raided Gudas area in Logo Ward. The attackers, who are reportedly from the neighboring Chur area, stole a substantial number of livestock, including approximately 1,100 goats, 8 cows together with their calves, and 7 donkeys. This incident has inflicted immense economic hardship on the affected families, whose livelihoods depend almost entirely on livestock as their primary source of income and subsistence. While acknowledging and commending the efforts made by the security agencies in responding to the incident, it's regrettable that to date, only 255 goats have been recovered, with the majority of stolen livestock still unaccounted for. Honorable Speaker, it's claimed that command contradictions and lack of operational coordination has slowed the recovery efforts, allowing the bandits time to disperse, transport, or even dispose of the stolen livestock, thereby diminishing the prospects of full recovery. This has caused deep concern within the affected community on whether the recovery operation is being pursued with the necessary urgency. The alleged command and operational hindrances warrant an urgent and impartial investigation by the relevant ministry to establish the facts and address any shortcomings as to ensure swift response and recovery of the remaining livestock and the apprehension of those responsible and for forestalling recurrence of similar raids. Honorable Speaker, it's against this background that I request for a statement from the chairperson of the Departmental Committee on Administration and Internal Security on the following. 1. Measures being taken by the Ministry of Interior and National Administration to address the rising cases of cross-border banditry among the communities living in Marsabit County. 2. Status of investigation into the banditry attack recorded in Logologo Ward, including any internal operational bottlenecks or command level interventions that have hindered the full recovery of the livestock, and if so, disciplinary action being taken against those found culpable. 3. The timeline for the full recovery of the remaining stolen livestock and the apprehension of the perpetrators. 4. Action being taken by the Ministry of Interior and National Administration to provide long-term security measures in Logologo Ward and prevent recurrence of such attacks. And Mr. Speaker, finally, the plans being put in place for deployment of more security personnel, including aerial support, to flush out the bandits and secure the area. I thank you, Honorable Speaker.
Thank you, Lekuton. Tongoyo, when can you bring a response? Banditry in Laisamis.
Honorable Speaker, allow me to do in 2 weeks.
2 weeks.
And it's just worth to mention, Honorable Speaker, that the Member of Parliament reached me immediately the incident did happen. And there was a little bit some intervention that even were actually taken.
Excellent. Member for Lamu East, Captain Rueda Obo.
Honorable Speaker, pursuant to the provision of Standing Order 44.2c, I wish to request a statement from the chairperson of the Select Committee on the National Cohesion and Equal Opportunity regarding enforcement of the law against persons making seeming Integration Commission and other relevant agencies to summon and arrest them. If left unchecked, this conduct risks heightening the political tension, deepening ethnicity division, and eroding public confidence in the democratic process. Honorable Speaker, it is against this background that I request for statement from the chairperson of the Select Committee on the National Cohesion and Equal Opportunity on the following. 1. Measure taken by National Cohesion and Integration Commission against individuals that makes inflammatory political remarks that may lead to incitement to violence against community on the basis of their ethnicity, political affiliation, or regional origin. And 2, the measure put in place by NCIC to monitor political rallies, document and report incidences of hate speech, and incitement alteration, including any collaboration made with relevant agencies to ensure timely enforcement of the law. Bwana Speaker, ikiwa watu watasema makwao wanawake hawana matumbo ya kuzaa.
English is the language you started with. You cannot switch languages at will.
Mr. Speaker, sir, if other leaders are saying in their area women, only their women should have given birth to leaders from the same areas to be members of parliament. In Lamu, what do we say? In Lamu, Bajun community, we don't have women who can in Lamu, we don't have women who can give birth to leaders. We have a senator from not Bajun. We have a women rep who is not a Bajun. We have MP Lamu West who is not a Bajun. And now they want governor.
Order.
Democracy only in Lamu, only in Lamu democracy. Are we not Kenyans?
Order, you're out of order. Yes, Daud.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Are you on a point of order or joyriding on the
I am
statement?
joyriding, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, what Honorable Rueda has mentioned, unfortunately, that happened in my constituency last weekend during a political meeting where a former leader said a Muhindi should not be elected because he's not from the community. But, Mr. Speaker, I have been elected 4 times. I have been elected 4 times. I have been born there. I'm born there. My mother was born there in 1937. My mother has gone to that school, Meru Primary. And I am wondering, Mr. Speaker, so close to the elections, if we start inciting the populace, how are we going to go in the general election, Mr. Speaker? So NCIC, I believe, does not even have any teeth because it's the wrong commission to be. This should be investigated by DCI and the police and not NCIC because NCIC is toothless, Mr. Speaker. But that does not mean that we cannot stand anywhere in this country. I can even come and stand in Nairobi, Mr. Speaker. For that matter, we've got people of other communities who have stood in Kajiado, who have stood in Taita Toweta. I do not want to mention the tribes. So we have got people who have stood in different counties and different constituencies who are not indigenous, but they are born there. So there is nothing wrong from them representing their people. Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Kenan.
Mr. Speaker, I'm surprised as an elder and as a person who has been around, whether the law applies to particular individuals or fidelity to the rule of law is a constitutionally enshrined principle that is supposed to apply to everybody. Mr. Speaker, there are ignorant people in this country who are not familiar with the making of the nation state of the Republic of Kenya. Kenya is a collection of tribes, and you know the history. What is surprising is there are individuals who have called leaders in this country a Muhindi. We have been called warriors. Others have been called all sorts of names. Where are these agencies who are supposed to deal with these individuals with criminal minds who are dividing Kenyans along tribal lines? Where are the entities? Where are the CIDs? Where are the police? Where is NCIC, Mr. Speaker? Because at the rate in which we are going, tomorrow somebody will brand you a Bukusu, forgetting that you are one of the key leaders of the Republic of Kenya. This trend is being enshrined, Mr. Speaker. Isn't it the highest time? NCIC, where is the cohesion committee? Bring a report so that we adopt that report and indict those individuals who are dividing our nation, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I want to stand here and support the Honorable Mem Dawood as a gallant leader who has been elected many times by his constituents, Mr. Speaker. And no amount of intimidation will be allowed in the modern day Kenya. Continue to thrive, continue to function, continue to attend. We are here as law-abiding citizens to stand and support you within the confines of the law. To those who are outside there who are threatening people, I can tell you, the modern day Kenya has no place for such tribalists, for such regionalists, and for such evil-minded individuals. And I want to stand here on the floor of this house, to stand, and I don't want to name an individual because I'm a practitioner, parliamentary practitioner, and say, please, please, we are tired of your rhetorics. Give us peace, let Kenya function, let the country function, let the president work for the people of Kenya, and inshallah in 2027, William Ruto will be re-elected second term. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
KJ.
Mr. Speaker, I'm representing a constituency that up to until 1969 was in Kiambu County. And today we're in the city of Nairobi. And in that constituency, in its history, we have elected members of parliament from almost every part of the central province, central province. But that is not the point, Mr. Speaker. It has to be said that in this country and in this parliament, there are even members of parliament who have been elected in different constituencies, Mr. Speaker. When I was growing up, the honorable founding minister in the Kenyatta government from Rarieda had been elected in Rarieda. He had been elected in Nakuru. He had even been elected in Nairobi, Mr. Speaker. And this is the Kenya that we would want to go back to. We would not want to be in a situation where when you're vying in Nairobi, you're being asked, where did you come from? In a cosmopolitan city like Nairobi. Meru is a cosmopolitan city. And the Honorable Dawood needs to make no justification beyond being a Kenyan. And being a Kenyan itself qualifies him to be elected in his constituency. And it was super shameful for an individual who is seeking a national election to be elected as a president in this country to go against, and this parliament did what it needed to do by impeaching the tribalist. And he stands impeached, and Kenya ought to be reminded that Kenyans are very conscious about the unity of this country going forward. I must to say the gentleman I was referring to is the Honorable Achieng Oneko. Honorable Speaker, the Honorable Kehika, you had been elected in different constituencies in his career. In the same breath, the Honorable Raila Odinga, his father had been elected in Siaya. But when Honorable Raila Odinga chose to go into politics, he came into Langata constituency, which has now become Kibra. So, Honorable Speaker, the national unity must be promoted, starting from institutions like parliament.
The Honorable Mwai Kibaki was elected in Bahati, now Kamkunji, and then later in Odaya. I don't want to escalate this. Jen Kihara, what is it? You want to joyride on this? Go ahead and joyride.
Not really joyride, but just to state that the statement Captain Rwanda gave goes against her later comments. She was talking of cohesion, and then she went on to say why some community members should not be elected in Lamu. I think that is contrary to what was being said.
I don't
in
think
the meantime,
Kehara, you didn't hear her well. What she said, order, take your seat. What she said, although she got carried away towards the end, but she said that in Lamu, they have a woman rep who is not indigenous, is not Bajuni, a senator and an MP for Lamu West, and they have the right to be elected there because they're Kenyans. Then she burst out onto something else. But the point is, honorable members, Honorable Dawood is a Kenyan. Under our constitution, Indians for purposes of our citizenship are people from the Indian subcontinent who are Indians, Pakistanis, Sri Lankans, and Bangladeshis. They are all commonly classified as Indians and are tribe number 44 in Kenya. So they don't have any lesser rights than any other community, whether you are Luya, Kikuyu, Luo, Kalenjin, Turkana, whatever. We are all people of this country. Yes, Mama Zamzam.
Asante sana Mheshimiwa Spika, na mimi pia niweze kujoyride Mheshimiwa Spika nikisema Kenya ni yetu sisi sote. Na hivi majuzi na ni baada hii election ya 2022 Mheshimiwa Spika ndo tumeanza kuona filfinyange. Na hivi inavyokwenda Mheshimiwa Spika, hata mimi juzi nilizungumza nikasema yeye ameenda kuzungumza kuwa wameitwa jina fulani la mnyama. Kila siku Mheshimiwa Spika naona wengine wakimuita President Kasongo. Kasongo ni Wathog. Na hakuna hata siku moja walitoka wao kuja kusema kuwa kwa nini anaitwa hivi. Kwa hiyo ukitaka uheshimiwe wewe, lazima uheshimu na wenzako pia. Na hivi juzi tulisikia wakiambiwa wengine sijui watoke Isli waende wapi. Mheshimiwa Spika, hii Kenya ni yetu sisi sote. Lazima kila mtu aheshimiwe. Kwa hiyo kama Mheshimiwa Duale alikosea, aliona mwenendo ambao unaenda ambao pia sisi hatukubali alivyosema, lakini aliona msururu ulivyokuwa unaenda ulikuwa si msururu mzuri. Kwa hiyo mimi nawaambia Kenya ni yetu sisi sote. Hata mimi Mombasa Mheshimiwa Spika, babangu ni Mkauma, mamangu ni Mbaluya. Saa zingine wanaambiwa wewe enda huko Western, lakini ifahamike kuwa ndani ya Mombasa County hakuna mwanamke Kenya nzima aliyoweka historia kama mimi nilivyoweka katika uongozi wa Mombasa County. Na naweza kuwa gavana, naweza kuwa kitu chochote, bora mimi ni Mkenya. Kwa hiyo wale ambao wanafagilia ukabila, shame on you. This Kenya belongs to all of us. Asante sana.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I rise on a point of order, Mr. Speaker, that you know that this is a house of records, and we must be very careful what we do. I support what the members, the Honorable Rueda raised. But Mr. Speaker, we cannot again breach our own laws and start, imputing improper motive on individuals. Former Deputy President has actually been named on the floor of the House, Mr. Speaker.
Order, nobody has.
He has been named. When
By who?
Mr. Speaker, when Honorable KJ talked about impeachment, it was very clear who he's referring to. So we cannot be talking against hate speech, and all of us are showing hatred towards an individual. Let us be careful about what we do on this House. Let's not use the floor of the House to malign people who have no ability to defend themselves on the floor.
Obviously, the Honorable Robert Mbui is the only stranger in Jerusalem. He's the only stranger in Jerusalem. Yes, Twalib. Bari Twalib.
Mheshimiwa Spika, pia mimi naungana mkono na wenzangu katika kumuunga mkono Mheshimiwa Daudi, kwa sababu si vizuri, na haya si maneno ya leo. Hata kule Kisii siku nyingine Mheshimiwa Zahiri Jenda aliambiwa kwa watu wa Kisii wamfanya makosa kwa ajili wamechagua ni Muhindi. Mimi Mheshimiwa Spika, nataka kusema hii Kenya ni Kenya yetu sote. Na mimi nataka kusema kitu muhimu Mheshimiwa Spika, kuwa leo Mheshimiwa Daudi amezungumza, amechaguliwa mara kwa mara. Mimi nataka kuchukua ushuhuda. Mwaka 2007 mpaka 2013 mimi na Mheshimiwa Daudi tulikuwa madiwani ambao tulijuana tangu tukiwa na exchange programs, na mpaka baada ya hapo amechaguliwa mara 3 ndani ya ile constituency yake. Hawaangalii rangi, wanaangalia kazi. Kwa hivyo Mheshimiwa Spika, ukabila ndani ya Kenya ni jambo ambalo linatakana litupiliwe katika kaburi la sahau. Na maana hiyo Mheshimiwa Spika, nataka kumpongeza Mheshimiwa William Samoei Ruto, kwa sababu katika lile baraza la mawaziri wake utaona kila moja amechaguliwa, na katika kuchaguliwa ameangalia balance ya kuona kila mahali kumekuwa represented. Hata kama kuna watu wengine aliwachagua kisha wakamtia kisu cha nyuma, lakini hivyo hivyo pia anasema kuwa ataendelea kufanya nao kazi kama wananchi wa Kenya. Kwa hivyo Mheshimiwa Spika, mimi nataka kusema kitu kimoja. Mwananchi yoyote wa Kenya, mahali popote alipo, maadamu yeye anaweza kufuzu kupigania kitu chochote, apiganie na Kenya ende mbele. Asante Mheshimiwa Speaker kwa kunipa nafasi hii. Thank you very much.
Thank you, honorable members. We'll stop there on this. The Committee on National Cohesion, who is the chair? Who is the chair of National Cohesion? Haji Yusuf. Is he in the house? No. Who is the vice chair? As we refer this to the committee, because you inform him, I believe you are holding brief for honorable members. You know, as we go to elections, let's try, not just in the house, but out there and those we associate with, to lower our political temperatures. Any bellicose statements, any unhelpful rhetoric cannot help this country. Since I came to this parliament, I have served with Basil Criticos from Taita Taveta, a Greek. I served with Philip Liki, a white man. I served with Satish Gautama, an Indian. I served with Amin Walji, an Indian. I served with Sumra, an Indian. I'm now with Dawood, an Indian. I'm with Shakil, an Indian of Pakistan extract. There was an Indian from Eldoret. And they are elected from constituencies where you cannot get even 100 Indian voters. So let's respect the choice of our people and let's respect the cohesion of our nation. That we are a diversity that we are proud of. We have Obama, who became the president of the United States of America. Today, we have an Indian mayor of New York born in Uganda. We have Rishi Sunak, the Prime Minister of UK, whose parents were born in Kitale, and many others. So let's not escalate things that don't help our country. And we want to urge the country, politicians both in this house and outside there, let's be careful what we say, because we can easily ignite problems for nothing. Yes. What is good for the goose is good for the gander. And I also listened to these things as your speaker. And I was surprised about Robert Mui's intervention, because that's why I call you the only stranger in Jerusalem. I know you are playing to some gallery, but facts remain facts, and they are very stubborn. Allow me to acknowledge in this public gallery Kinjo Girls Secondary School from Central Imenti Meru, Kangubiri Girls High School from Tetu Nyeri. In the speakers gallery, PCEA Nyahururu Academy from Laikipia West Laikipia, Kiriani Mixed Secondary School from Mathioya, Muranga. On my behalf and on behalf of the House, we welcome the students, their teachers, and those accompanying them to the House of Parliament. Yes, Ndindi Nyoro, you want to welcome the students? Which one?
There are two schools from Muranga, especially Kiriani Mixed.
Go ahead.
Thank you very much, Honorable Speaker, for this chance. And I take this singular opportunity to welcome all the students from all across Kenya to this parliament. Honorable Speaker, I know majority of them also aspire to be here doing what we are doing. And we are here to wish them all the best. And if you allow me, Honorable Speaker, just a minute, based on the discussion they listened to earlier, it is important that all of us know that there is a distinction between what we call a country. A country is just boundaries. There is a distinction between a country, between a state.
Order, Ndindi Nyoro, you are out of order. I gave you an opportunity to welcome students.
I was in the process, Honorable Speaker.
Order. That is not welcoming students.
I welcome all of them. Thank you, Honorable Speaker.
Well done. Take your seat. Catherine Omanyo.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Request for a statement on their plans for KCSE candidates representing Kenya at the FIFA Under-17 Women's World Cup. Honorable Speaker, pursuant to the provisions of Standing Order 44, 2C, I rise to request for a statement from the chairperson of the Departmental Committee on Education regarding the plans put in place to ensure that candidates sitting for the 2026 Kenya Certificate of Secondary Education examination who are representing Kenya at the FIFA Under-17 Women's World Cup in Morocco are not disadvantaged on account of their national assignment. Honorable Speaker, the Harambee Starlets qualified for the 2026 FIFA Under-17 Women's World Cup, scheduled to be held in Morocco from 17th October to 7th November 2026. Following the conclusion of the African qualifiers, the Kenyan team has secured a second-time participation in the tournament, alongside other African women's soccer giants, namely Ghana, Nigeria, and Zambia. Notably, the Harambee Starlets squad includes high school students registered to sit the 2026 Kenya Certificate of Secondary Education Examination, KCSE, and grade 9 KPSEA students. Honorable Speaker, according to the timetable published by the Kenya National Examination Council, NEC, the 2026 KCSE examination are scheduled to run from 19th October to 20th November 2026, a period that falls within the duration of the tournament. This raises concerns that the talented candidates called up to represent the country at the FIFA Under-17 Women's World Cup in Morocco may miss papers scheduled to be undertaken while they are away on national duty. In the absence of clear alternative arrangements and safeguards to enable them sit the papers that fall within the tournament period, they risk recording incomplete results, which will adversely affect their transition to further studies. Honorable Speaker, it is against this background that I request for a statement from the chairperson of the Departmental Committee on Education on the following. 1, the number of candidates called up to the Kenya Harambee Starlets squad who are registered to sit the 2026 KCSE and the school at which they are registered. 2, the arrangements put in place by the Ministry of Education and the Kenya National Examinations Council to ensure that the affected candidates sit any papers scheduled during the period they are away on a national duty in Morocco, including whether NEC will designate alternative seating arrangements for the affected candidates, and the security and supervision measures that will apply to such arrangements. And finally, the safeguards in place to ensure that the affected candidates are not disadvantaged in their overall examination performance or transition to tertiary education as a result of their national assignment. I thank you, Honorable Speaker.
Thank you, Catherine. Yes, you want to joyride? Yes, Irene Mayaka.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker, for the opportunity to joyride on this. Honorable Speaker, let me thank our SG, Honorable Omanyo, for bringing this issue up, but also just to add on to it, because for the under-17 teams, our Ministry of Education, in conjunction with Sports Ministry, need to find a formula in a way that these students can be able to go to school in schools that are around and have partnerships with schools that are around Nairobi. Because, Honorable Speaker, besides going for the under-17 tournament in October, they are also assigned to participate in various other tournaments, whether in country or within East Africa, throughout the country. And we have students who come from Bunyore Girls, who come from Busia, from Siaya, all over the country, and they have to keep traveling back and forth. So if our education and sports ministries can find a way to collaborate and have them in Nairobi, that would be very efficient for them. I just wanted
Both
to
you
add on
and
that.
Catherine Omanyo know that when children are caught up in such circumstances, there's a provision in law for them to sit special exams. So all what you need to do is, as I refer the statement to the Committee on Education, engage your colleague Meli to speak with the ministry and the exam council to set, they are representing the country, right? So they are not willfully absent from school or from the exam centers. They can be given special exams, which is permissible in law. Because they inform Chair Meli to bring a response in 2 weeks, and also the Chair of National Cohesion, although that National Cohesion statement, I would have directed it to Tongoyo. Tongoyo, the issues raised by Roida Obo are more issues of security and breach of the law than cohesion. So I'll refer that statement to your committee, and you bring us a response in 2 weeks. Mohammed Tubi. Mohammed Tubi, member for Isiolo South. This is the honorable member's maiden speech in the House, so he shall read the statement without any murmurings and any interruption. Go ahead. There is a...
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Request for a statement on a fatal elephant attack on a resident of Garbatula sub-county in Isiolo South constituency. Honorable Speaker, pursuant to the provision of Standing Order 44-2C, I rise to request a statement from the chairperson of Departmental Committee on Tourism and Wildlife regarding a fatal elephant attack on a resident of Garbatula sub-county, Isiolo South constituency. Honorable Speaker, on 27th July 2026, Mr. Wako Tache Godana, a 60-year-old herder, was viciously attacked by an elephant while grazing his livestock at El Guda area along the Kina Kulamawe Road in Kina North, Garbatula Sub-County, Isiolo South constituency. The elephant gored him on the left side of his chest, killing him instantly. The deceased was the sole breadwinner of his young family. Officers from Kina Police Station and officials from the KWS visited the scene, processed it, moved the body to Nyambene mortuary for preservation and post-mortem. This tragedy is not isolated, since Garbatula Sub-County continues to record recurrent elephant incursions along wildlife corridors bordering the Meru National Park. Honorable Speaker, Section 25(3) of the Wildlife Conservation and Management Act, Cap 376, prescribes compensation of shillings 5 million for death resulting from wildlife attack upon submission of a claim. Further, Regulation 27 of the Wildlife Conservation and Management Regulations 2017 provides a maximum of 60 days within which a verified claim for compensation ought to be paid. The family of Mr. Wako Tache Godana lodged a compensation claim pursuant to the stated provisions, but are concerned by the inordinate delay likely to be experienced, given that some claims known to them, some dating back to 2014, are still waiting settlement despite the applicable statutory timelines. Honorable Speaker, it is against this background that I request a statement from the chairperson of the Departmental Committee on Tourism and Wildlife on the following. 1. The status of compensation of the family of Mr. Wako Tache Godana following his killing by an elephant, and the progress made to clear the backlog of compensation claims resulting from human-wildlife conflict in Garbatula sub-county and the larger Isiolo County, specifying the number of pending claims and the timeline for settlement of each unpaid claim. 2. Measures put in place to ensure compliance within the 60-day statutory timeline for disbursing approved compensation under the Wildlife Conservation and Management Act 2025, given that the deceased family has lost its sole breadwinner. And 3. The steps being taken by the Ministry of Tourism and Wildlife through KWS to mitigate recurrent elephant attacks along the Kina Kulamawe Road and other wildlife corridors in Garbatula sub-county, including deployment of rangers, erection of deterrent barriers, and early warning system. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Yes, Mandazi, you want to joyride on that?
Yeah, thank you so much, Honorable Speaker. While I congratulate the Honorable Member from Isiolo, having raised the same issue on compensation, equally, Honorable Speaker, 1 year ago, there was one boy from a school called Nogirwet who was killed by a crocodile while he was trying to wash his clothes along the river. The family was promised immediate compensation, but nothing has been done so far. So, Honorable Speaker, as the committee responds to that, I would like to request that we be allowed, those of us who may be having challenges to do with compensation, that we appear as friends with the committee so that we can raise individual issues concerning our community. Thank you so much, Honorable Speaker.
Yes, Emade.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker. I want to thank Honorable Tubi Mohammed for raising that issue. Honorable Speaker, in Turkana Central, due to the rising waters of Lake Turkana, crocodiles attack and killings is at an alarming rate, Honorable Speaker. And compensation is not also forthcoming. And Honorable Speaker, this is something that needs to be urgently addressed. The youth are the ones who are being attacked each and every time. Number two, there is a village in one of my wards called Ngimure that has just been that has resulted to dispersal of people. People have gone to resettle elsewhere just because of crocodile attacks. But, Honorable Speaker, compensation is one of the biggest issues. Even as this menace continues, compensation takes long to be processed and even to be paid, Honorable Speaker. And I don't know if KWS is aware of this, because Lake Turkana as at now is a danger zone in most of these areas. Thank you, Honorable Speaker.
Yes, Bowen.
Honorable Speaker, allow me to support what the Honorable Mother said. Mr. Speaker, in my constituency, Marakwet East, especially the Kerio Valley, we have hundreds of elephants, Honorable Speaker. Last week alone, Honorable Speaker, the elephants destroyed close to 50 acres of mangoes. Mr. Speaker, and it takes almost a whole 1 week or 2 weeks before the KWS comes for assessment. The assessment, Honorable Speaker, in 10, 20 acres of mangoes, Honorable Speaker, they come under undervalue in the first place, and then the second place, Honorable Speaker, those who were affected last year, 3 years ago, Honorable Speaker, they are still waiting compensation up to today. So, Mr. Speaker, as the committee dispense this question by the Honorable Member, Mr. Speaker, they need to look into the entire human-wildlife conflict, Honorable Speaker, so that we don't want again another member raising tomorrow from Narok, another one from Turkana. Let them address this issue of human-wildlife conflict, Honorable Speaker, and if possible, there must be timelines as to the compensation of the farmers. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you. Chair, Committee on Tourism, Kareke. There's a mic in front of you.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, allow me first and foremost to appreciate the statements which have been sought and also the issues which have been raised by the honorable members, and indeed acknowledge that we have a very big challenge within the sector, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, due to quite a number of issues which have been raised, I would humbly request that we will have a special sitting within the next 2 weeks, whereby we are going to invite the Cabinet Secretary, the Director General of KWS, and the other players within the sector, so that they can be able to respond comprehensively to all the issues which are being brought forth by the honorable members. We are going to circulate the invite to all the members who have any concern on matters to do with youth life, so that you can be able to...
When did you say you'll sit?
Within the next 2 weeks. We are going to have a meeting whereby we are going to invite all the members who have raised issues on the floor of the House.
That notwithstanding, you bring a response to the House in 2 weeks.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Badi Twalib.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, for giving me this opportunity to request for a statement regarding accessibility of buildings in Mombasa City. Honorable Speaker, pursuant to Standing Order 44-2C, I wish to request for a statement from the chairperson of the Departmental Committee on Housing, Urban Planning and Public Works regarding accessibility of buildings in Mombasa City. Honorable Speaker, Bima Tower on Digo Road, Mombasa City, is a 16-floor national government office building under the Ministry of Lands whose lifts have remained non-functional for years, forcing staff and members of the public to use the staircases. In addition, Mr. Speaker, there are other key government buildings with similar issues within Mombasa City, which includes Uhuru Nakazi Building under the Ministry of Interior, Mombasa Law Courts under the Judiciary, Nema Building under the Ministry of Environment, and Betting Control Building under the Mombasa County Government. For several years, Mr. Speaker, these buildings have remained inaccessible to persons with a disability, contrary to their right to reasonable access to all places, public transport and information in accordance with the provision of Article 54(1)(b) of the Constitution of Kenya. Honorable Speaker, it is against this background that I request for a statement from the chairperson of the Departmental Committee on Housing, Urban Planning and Public Works on the following, Mr. Speaker. 1, report on any arrangements being made to provide functional lifts at Bima Tower, Uhuru Nakazi, Mombasa Law Courts, Nema Building, and Betting Control Building in Mombasa City, including the indication on the timelines for installation and commissioning of the said lifts. 2, Mr. Speaker, the measures put in place by the relevant ministries in charge of the said buildings to guarantee access to the upper floors for persons with disability and the elderly and other vulnerable persons, pending installation of functional lifts in the buildings. And lastly, Mr. Speaker, steps taken by the government to ensure private and government buildings adequately provide accessibility for persons with a disability in accordance with the provisions of Article 54(1)(b) of the Constitution. I thank you, Mr. Speaker. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Batwale. Yes, Mama Zamzam.
Asante sana Mheshimiwa Spika, na mimi niweze kumpongeza ndugu yangu Mheshimiwa Badi Twalib kwa kuleta masala haya ndani ya bunge. Mheshimiwa Spika, miaka ya nyuma kama mitatu, Mheshimiwa Spika, niliweza kufuatwa na walemavu, watu wanaoishi na ulemavu ndani ya Mombasa County, Mheshimiwa Spika, na wale watu ambao wanafuatilia haki za kibinadamu wakilalamika juu ya Bima Towers, Uhuru Nakazi Building, Mombasa Law Courts, yani hizo zote ambazo amesema, isipokuwa Mombasa County Assembly ambao pia nimpongeze Mheshimiwa Spika wa Mombasa County Assembly aliweza kutengeza na kufuata yale maagizo ambao walemavu waliweza kumwagiza. Mheshimiwa Spika, Mombasa County ukiangalia Bima Tower ndo ambao inatoa birth certificate, iko na ofisi nyingi za serikali ambazo wananchi wanaweza kufuata huduma pale. Lakini Mheshimiwa Spika, miaka nenda miaka rudi, kila wakati tunasikia wameweka budget, lakini hakuna kitu ambacho kinafanyika. Walemavu wamepata mtihani sana, kutoka chini kupanda juu, unapata mtu amebebwa Mheshimiwa Spika na wenzake amebebwa juu. Na Mheshimiwa Spika, ni aibu kwa wakati kama huu ambapo tuko katika karne ya 21, wakati ambapo pia buildings tunapata majumba makubwa sana tena ya serikali hayana lift, wala lift zile ambazo zina lift pia zile lift hazifanyi kazi Mheshimiwa Spika. Kwa hiyo huduma kwa wananchi inakuwa ngumu sana, na niweze pia kusema nisisitize wale wanaohusika na ujenzi huu Mheshimiwa Spika waweze kufanya haraka, wawekea hawa ndugu zetu wanaoishi na ulemavu lift, waweke mpaka zile passway yao ambao wanapita zile njia zao, waweke hata pia ni vizuri pia wakiweka wheelchair pale, manake wengine wanakuja na magongo pia, mtu anashindwa pia kupita pale, wao wanaweza kusaidiwa. Asante sana Mheshimiwa Spika.
Chair Housing. The Chair Housing. Tuwape Honorable Tanui. Bukose, continue holding brief. 2 weeks, he brings a response. Honorable members, in the Speaker's Gallery, we have St. Peter's Sangalo Central from Mosop, Nandi. Hekima School from Kisumu Central, Kisumu. In the public gallery, we have Uhuru Estate Primary from Embakasi West, Nairobi. Ilkerin Girls High School from Emurwa Dikir, Narok. Chuna Preparatory School from Kajiado East, Kajiado. Immaculate Heart Juniorate from Ainabkoi Uasin Gishu. Itaaga Secondary School from Maragua, Muranga. On my behalf and on behalf of the House, we welcome all the students, their teachers, and those accompanying them to the House of Parliament. Member for Emurwa Digir. Give him the mic. You want to welcome a school from your constituency?
Yes, thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Go ahead, and on behalf of everybody else, welcome all the students.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker, sir, for giving me this opportunity to welcome all the students who have joined this parliament. Today, I want to recognize the presence of girls from Emurwa Digir, from Ilgerin in Emurwa Digir sub-county. Ilgerin Girls is a girls' school in a remote village in Emurwa Digir, and they performed very well during last year's exams. I wish them well, and as they grow up as women of substance who will transform this country the way Dr. William Samuel Ruto has transformed the country of Kenya.
Ahmed Hassan, member for Banisa. Give him the mic. Give him the mic. Is it malfunctioning? There is a mic there.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker. On a light note, the people of Banisa know how to wait.
Clerk, can you ask the audio people to look at these gadgets? Even the speaker's gadget is malfunctioning. Go ahead. Is that working?
I think this was working, yeah.
Okay.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. As the Member of Parliament for Banisa, just like the people of Banisa, I have learned how to wait. So 2 minutes is not an issue. Thank you. And Mr. Speaker, for allowing me to make a statement. I want to make a statement to request for us.
Are you making a statement or requesting for a statement?
No, I want to make a statement. I'm requesting for a statement regarding cases of human trafficking in the country.
Let's have the Hansard right. You are not making a statement, Honorable Member. You are requesting for a statement.
Okay. I'm requesting for a statement regarding cases of human trafficking in the country.
Yes.
Honorable Speaker, pursuant to the provisions of Standing Order, I rise Standing Order 44-2C. I rise to request for a statement from the chairperson of the Departmental Committee on Administration and Internal Security and Defense, Intelligence and Foreign Relations regarding the alarming rise in reported cases of human trafficking in the country. Honorable Speaker, in the recent past, there have been several reports of human trafficking syndicates targeting vulnerable young people through social media platforms and luring them with deceptive promises of employment opportunities abroad. It is reported that some of the trafficking routes transit through Kenya, Uganda, and South Sudan before ultimately converging in Libya. Once in Libya, victims are reportedly subjected to human rights violation, including forced labor, extortion, unlawful detention, and demand for ransom from their families. There have been reports linking a criminal network known as Magefe to the trafficking and smuggling of persons. These activities expose vulnerable young Kenyans to exploitation and abuse, causing immense distress to their families and raise the occurrence of transnational organized crime. Honorable Speaker, it is against this background that I request for a statement from the chairperson of the departmental committees on administration and internal affairs and defense and intelligence and foreign relations regarding the following. 1. The measures being taken by the government to identify, investigate, and prosecute individuals and criminal networks involved in the recruitment, trafficking, and exploitation of Kenyan nationals, including the Magefe criminal network allegedly operating through social media platform. Number 2, the measures being taken by the government through its diplomatic mission to trace, rescue, and facilitate the safe repatriation of Kenyan victims of human trafficking, including those believed to be held in the state of Libya. Number 3, the support mechanism, including legal aid, psychological counseling, and reintegration program available to human legal victims and their families upon their return to Kenya. And lastly, Honorable Speaker, the long-term plans to enhance cross-border cooperation with transit countries and international organizations to combat trafficking and protect vulnerable young migrants. I thank you, Honorable Speaker.
Thank you, Honorable Hassan. Tongoyo? No, that's not yours. Defense and Foreign? Yes, Kandie, that's your committee?
Thank you, Honorable Speaker. Yes, that is my committee, and we are aware of the...
I can see it is, he has directed the question to both your committee and administration.
Yes, Mr. Speaker, we are going to deal with this
Liars
issue.
with the other committee,
Yeah.
bring a response.
In 2 weeks.
Yes, Mandazi, what is it? Hold on, Kandie.
Yeah, thank you, Honorable Speaker. Of important note today, Honorable Speaker, the member for Banisa, the member for Isiolo, and the member for Emuru Adigir, all of them have spoken today. We have 10 other members of Parliament who are elected under UDA and a broad-based government. So, Speaker, we don't speak, we don't say, we don't wear party colors, but we are proud of the members who are elected.
You are out of order.
Thank you.
Where is that coming from? Kandie?
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, sir. I think we are going to liaise with the Committee of Internal Security and bring the response in 2 weeks, Mr. Speaker, sir.
Thank you. Yes, Tongoyo?
I don't know, Speaker. I need
Is
your
human
guidance.
trafficking a foreign relations issue or a criminal issue?
Yeah, it's a cross-cutting, but considering that it's more cross-border, I think it would be more appropriate to be handled by Foreign Affairs because it will look awkward. I don't know how we can do unless it's a ad hoc.
Excellent.
So-
We'll leave it to Foreign Affairs
Yes.
to bring a response. Yes, Millie?
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I was a sponsor of the Counter-Trafficking in Persons Act.
Yes.
That is more a criminal venture. So defense will do very little work there. The Committee of Defense, which I sit in, will do very little work.
Yes.
This is barely a criminal matter, and even repatriation is not for the ministry. It should be
And
actually solely
in
under...
fact, human trafficking is carried out by international criminal networks.
Yes, criminal
and
networks, so
local
it's a
criminal
crime.
gangs and collaborators.
Yes.
Yes. Tongoyo, that will fall on your desk. You bring a response in 2 weeks. Robert Mbui.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Honorable Speaker, pursuant to the provisions of Standing Order 44.2c, I rise to request for a statement from the chairperson of the Departmental Committee on Transport, Public Works and Housing regarding the stalled construction of Keno, Ngoleni to Kaani Road in Kathiani constituency. Honorable Speaker, the Keno, Ngoleni, Kaani Road is a critical infrastructure project intended to enhance connectivity between Kathiani, Mwala and Kangundo constituencies, thereby facilitating the movement of goods and people and accelerating socioeconomic development within the region. However, despite public resources having been committed to the project since the financial year 2016-2017, the road has reportedly remained incomplete for years, denying the public and the matatu vehicle operators the benefits of the project that was expected to transform mobility and livelihoods. Honorable Speaker, the continued delay has caused serious frustrations among area residents and local transport operators who have reportedly staged protests, blocked sections of the road, lit bonfires, and all sorts of actions demanding urgent action to address its poor state. Concerns have also been raised regarding the suspended works, leading to portions of the road deteriorating before completion. This also casts doubt on the effectiveness of the Kenya Rural Roads Authority in supervising the contractor and enforcing contractual obligations on the said road project. Honorable Speaker, it's against this background that I request for a statement from the chairperson of the Departmental Committee on Transport, Public Works and Housing on the following. 1, reasons for the stalled construction of Keno Ngoleni Kaani Road despite the allocation of funds. 2, details of the funds allocated for construction of Keno Ngoleni Kaani Road, including the disbursed funds and corresponding works undertaken. 3, timelines for completion of the named road. And 4, measures being taken to address the failure by KERA to execute the construction of the works. Mr. Speaker, it's good to note, for the chairman to note, that this project was actually launched by His Excellency the President almost 10 years ago, and that it needs to be completed now before he can hand over power in 2027. Mr. Speaker, I thank you for the opportunity.
Robert Mbui, you know, when I give you an opportunity to seek a statement, you read exactly, and when I approved your statement, I didn't say anything about handing over power. Or Chair Transport? Chair Transport? Chair Transport.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker.
When can you bring a response?
In 2 weeks, Honorable
2
Speaker.
weeks.
Yes.
Joshua Kandie.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker. Pursuant to provisions of Standing Order 44.2c, I wish to request for a statement from the chairperson of the Departmental Committee on Transport and Infrastructure regarding the quality and standard framework for public-private partnership road infrastructure projects in the country. Honorable Speaker, the public-private partnership framework has over the years been embraced by the government, which has resulted in the implementation of high-quality infrastructure projects, especially in the energy sector and road sector, while easing pressure on public debt. A notable example of such project is the Nairobi Expressway, which has enhanced the movement of people and goods across Nairobi City County. More recently, the government commenced the construction of Rironi-Mau Summit Road under public-private arrangement. However, there is concern regarding the quality and maintenance of roads constructed under PPP arrangements. In several instances, the roads have exhibited premature deterioration, including the development of potholes, pavement failures, and poor drainage system. The Nairobi Expressway, widely regarded as a flagship public-private partnership project, has been experiencing drainage challenges, raising concerns on whether similar design and engineering issues are being adequately addressed in ongoing projects under similar arrangements. Honorable Speaker, it is against this background that I request statement from the chairperson of the Departmental Committee on Transport and Infrastructure on the following. 1. Details of the policy and legal framework governing implementation and oversight of public-private partnership infrastructure projects, particularly compliance with industry standards and maintenance requirements. Second, a report on all road projects implemented under public-private partnership arrangement in Kenya, indicating their respective contractual obligations, project status, and the agencies responsible for monitoring compliance with quality and maintenance standards. And 3, the measures put in place by the government to ensure that there is compliance with the prescribed engineering specifications, maintenance obligations, and service level requirements. Thank you, Honorable Speaker.
Kandie. Transport, Chair, when can you bring a response?
In 2 weeks, Honorable Speaker.
2 weeks.
2 to 3.
Please, thank you. Jane Kihara. Jane Kihara, member for Naivasha. Mama Jane, there's one next to you. There's one now on the opposite.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Request for a statement regarding the upgrading of Kinongi-Maraigushu Road to bitumen standards. Honorable Speaker, pursuant to the provisions of Standing Order 44-2C, I wish to request for a statement from the chairperson of the Departmental Committee on Transport and Infrastructure regarding the upgrading of Kinongi-Maraigushu Road to bitumen standards. Honorable Speaker, the Kinongi-Maraigushu Road is an 8-kilometer road in Naivasha constituency that has not, for the past several years, been earmarked for upgrading to bitumen standards. Construction works commenced on 15 November 2022, but to date, only 2 kilometers of the road have been completed, with the remaining section yet to be upgraded. The prolonged delay caused considerable inconvenience to residents, farmers, traders, and other road users who continue to suffer the effects of its poor and deteriorating condition. Further, Mr. Speaker, routine maintenance has not been undertaken, in particular clearing the bushes, which has resulted in overgrown bushes encroaching on the significantly reducing usable width of the road. It's noteworthy that with the ongoing construction of the Rironi-Mau Summit Road, which is expected to occasion traffic disruptions and diversions, timely completion of Kinongi-Maraigushu Road would provide a suitable alternative route and help decongest the main highway, not to mention, Mr. Speaker, that I have written to the CS responsible with no response. Mr. Speaker, it is against this background that I request for a statement from the chairperson of the Departmental Committee on Transport and Infrastructure on the following. Measures put in place to ensure the timely completion and of the upgrading of Kinongi-Maraigushu Road to bitumen standards, including an indication on the proposed timelines for its completion. And number 2, Mr. Speaker, steps taken to ensure routine maintenance of the road, such as clearing the bushes to ensure accessibility by road users, connecting Kinongi and Maraigushu markets, pending upgrading works. I thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Chair, Transport. When can you bring a
Honorable
response?
Speaker, will take 3 to 4 weeks to respond.
I'll give you 3.
Thank you.
3 weeks from today. Responses. Is George Murugara in the house? Yes, George Best. Sunguya? Not Sunguya, Tongoyo. Sunguya, you are not yet a chairman. Gabriel Tongoyo.
Yes, sir. Honorable Speaker, I've got two statements for Sir George Murugara.
Give both in quick succession, then if you want any clarity.
No, Honorable Speaker, I will start with the one of the child, the missing child. You remember yesterday we did report the instances of missing children in the country.
Yes.
And this is one, the child name is Miss Shelley Gatumi Mugedi. And it was the circumstance surrounding the missing and the death. I want to respond as follows. On the 29th April, Ms. Harriet Kagendo Majira, a resident of the Riani village, within a location reported at the Makutano police station, via OB number 1229 of 2026, that her 3-year-old daughter, Shelley Gatumi, had gone missing as from the 27th April at around 14 hours. She stated that the child was playing outside the house while she kept watch from the house. Shortly thereafter, she noticed that her daughter was no longer within the site and could not be traced. The neighborhood unsuccessfully conducted a more extensive search for the child on the following day. Subsequently, the OCS in the said police station circulated a missing person signal to all police stations countrywide. On the 29th April 2026, additionally, the officers from the Mutano police station visited the missing child home and surrounding area to assist in the search. And on the May 2nd, Mr. Geoffrey Mutinda, a resident of the area, reported at the Mutano police station that while spraying an insecticide on his pigeon peas farm near Iriaini Central School, together with 2 casual laborers, they discovered the partially decomposed body of a minor beneath a mango tree. The officers documented the scene while Abubuku Kanyana positively identified the body as of his daughter. The body was removed to Mari Martini Level 5 Hospital for preservation and post-mortem, and the sub-county criminal investigation officers Chuka North took over the investigation via inquest file number 1 of 2026, and several persons of interest were summoned, interviewed, and their statement recorded. During the course of the investigation, and based on the witness statement obtained, no link was established between any person and the disappearance and subsequent murder of the minor. Further, no evidence of probative value was obtained. On the 12th of May, a postmortem examination was conducted by Dr. Richard Joroge, the pathologist, who opined that the cause of death was asphyxia secondary to ligature strangulation. Specimens were collected for DNA profiling, though the analysis report is yet to be received. The step taken, Honorable Speaker, the officer commanding OCS circulated, I think that one I'd already said. The investigation are still ongoing to determine the perpetrators of the heinous act. And on the status of the investigation file was completed and forwarded to the office of the DPP, Chuka, on the 18th June 2026. In response to the ODPP vital letter dated the 22nd June, recommended that the matter be placed before a magistrate of competent jurisdiction to conduct a public inquest. And I underline that, Honorable Speaker. So far, no arrest has been made in relation to the matter, and the case remains a pending court investigation. So maybe on that one, I can stop at that.
Go to the next. About arrest and the release of a suspect.
On the next question, statement rather, this is regarding circumstances that led to the arrest and the subsequent release of a suspect by the DCI. The member, this is, I want to go straight to the response. Mm-hmm. On the 7th January, the complaint was lodged at the DCI headquarters by Eric Matakwa Okeno, who stated that he is the legal administrator of the estate of his late sister, Rosemary Ann Akinyi Okeno, which included land parcel number CR number 51563, situated in Kikambala, Kilifi County. He alleged that the property has been unlawfully occupied by James Ovid Sugar Yap, a British national, and his agent, Faruki Omar Mzee, and that the property's title deed has been fraudulently transferred using a forged document. He further stated that he had previously reported the matter at Mupwata police station, but alleged that no action has been taken on the complaint. Pursuant to the complaint, the DCI directed the Land Fraud Investigation Unit at DCI headquarters to take over the matter and conducted further investigation, of which during the investigation, the team recorded statements from relevant parties, including one James Ovid, who is being outside the country, submitted a self-recorded statement together with a supporting document through a relative residing in the country, one Mr. Faruki Omar, who claimed an interest in the property by virtue of a general power attorney granted to him by James Ovid Yap. In addition, the investigation team obtained relevant documents from the Mombasa Land Registry and other institutions to facilitate the investigation. On the analysis, Honorable Speaker, the document revealed inconsistency in the land records, including discrepancies between the mother file deed and the presentation book entries, as well as an erroneous OB number quoted in a police abstract relating to the loss of the original title deed. The record further indicated that James Ovid, a non-Kenyan citizen, held an interest in the property under a freehold tenure, which is contrary to Article 65, subsection 1 of the Constitution of Kenya. Upon conclusion of the investigation, the duplicate file was forwarded to the DPP for perusal and direction, which recommended that James Shukar, Farouk Omar, and George Oduol and Lucy Momanyi to be charged as follows. Count 1, James Shukuriap, Farouk Omar, George Oduol and Lucy Momanyi to be jointly charged with conspiracy to defraud contrary to section 317 of the Penal Code. Count 2, James Ovid Sharap, Farouk Omar, and George Oduol to be jointly charged with forgery of title to land contrary to section 351 of the Penal Code. Count 3, James Ovid Sharap, alias Alva, to be jointly charged with a perjury contrary to section 113 of the Penal Code, with an alternative charge of fabricating evidence contrary to section 114 of the Penal Code. And the count 5, James Shukuriab and Farouk Omar to be jointly charged with intermeddling with the property of the deceased persons contrary to section 45 of the Law of Succession Act. After perusal of the duplicate file, the ODPP on a letter dated 9th February, directed the Farouk Omar Mzee be charged with the following offenses: intermeddling with the property of the deceased, obtaining registry of the title by false pretense, and acting on the ODPP direction. Farouk Omar was arrested on the 2nd April this year in the Hadi area and booked at Hadi Police Station, Vido bin number 11224 of 2026. He was thereafter escorted to DCI headquarters for processing, Vido bin number 1224 of 2026, and subsequently placed in a custody at Muthaiga Police Station, or bin number 2824 of 2026. However, the suspect stated that crucial evidence, and I think this is where the controversy from my colleague is, the crucial evidence relevant to the matter had not been considered during the investigation, and requested a review of the case. In the interest of fair administration action, he was released via bin number 2924 of 2026 and directed to present the additional evidence for consideration. The new evidence, namely the Court of Appeal judgment, was subsequently reviewed, following which the duplicate file was resubmitted to ODPP for further review of the decision to charge via the letter as indicated there, which was dated on the 11th June this year. The review was informed by the existence of the related civil proceeding before the High Court of Kenya at Mombasa, civil suit number 2 of 2014, in which James Ovid Sugar Yap was the plaintiff, while Eric Okeno Judith Sembioke. I'm trying to rush. It's a little bit long. Yeah. In the matter, the court rule, Honorable Speaker, I know this is where the member, George, had an issue. In the matter, the court ruled in favor of the plaintiff, issued orders directing the defendant to vacate, to vacate and hand over the vacant possession of plot number 5313, CR 51563, and to pay general damages for the trespass amounting to 1.2 million. The judgment was delivered on the October 9th of 2020. And the defendant appealed against the High Court judgment via appeal number E027 of 2020 before the Court of Appeal in Mombasa. And the appeal was unsuccessful, and the Court of Appeal upheld the decision of the High Court. The duplicate police file is currently with ODPP for review in light of the new evidence presented. The police are awaiting direction. The police are awaiting direction and guidance from the ODPP. Upon receipt of the ODPP direction, the appropriate action will be taken. So I think to that end, Honorable Speaker, I'm sure during interrogation, the suspect. So I think the members, I think that's tend to summarize what is important in the report, in the statement, Honorable Speaker. And I submit.
Yes, hold on. Thank you. Morogara.
Thank you very much, Honorable Speaker. Honorable Speaker, these are extremely unsatisfactory responses from a serious body like the DCI, which is the successor entitled to the CID. And CID was loved and hated in equal measure because they used to do their job properly. The DCI here seems to be actually muddling issues and not taking his work seriously, and especially because of the following reasons. As regards the child, whose name is Shali Gatumi Mugendi, the child was actually kidnapped or whatever it was on the 27th of April 2026, and about 7 or so days later, in the same village where the police officers were conducting searches, that's where she was found. And what is most disturbing is the fact that in a rural setup like this one, the CID can come up with an answer that they do not know who committed the heinous crime, and they have therefore nobody to charge in a court. They call upon the public in an inquest to go and provide evidence for them to enable them act. I think the former CIDs who are now the DCI would possibly laugh at this, because those days we used to know the CID, that even if you committed a crime when you were alone, it wouldn't take you long before you are actually arrested and charged. But today, here is a crime committed in an old village where everybody lives, in a rural setup where everybody knows one another. And as we speak, we have now to cross our hands and pray that somebody has information to give to the police so that there can be a prosecution. This is most unsatisfactory. Let the CID do their work, please, because that is what we pay them for. Now, as regards the second statement, which I would term as also most unsatisfactory, this gentleman was arrested on the 2nd of April. We are told that he was taken to Hardy police station on the same day. Then a statement is made subsequently. He was taken to the headquarters, after where they took him to Mutahi. And this is all the same day, purely because of the OB numbers given here. Now, it raises doubt whether really this man was handled properly, whether he was taken to any police station, or these are fabrications of the CID. But most important, if the DPP recommended that he be arrested and taken to court, what other business did the DCI have to say he had more evidence and therefore he needed to go back home to bring that evidence so that the file can be reviewed? Since when has the DCI reviewed information or evidence from the DPP. This is extremely curious. But most important again, when they say the evidence related to a civil case, if you look at the charges they proposed to the DCI the first instance, one of them is count number 3, that he would be charged with the perjury. Where was the perjury committed? It is in the cases that are being cited. The next one is an alternative charge of fabricating evidence. Where was the evidence fabricated if it was not in those cases? This statement is an afterthought. I'm sorry, the CS is actually trying to cover up for the CID, while the correct position is that the advice of the DPP has to be followed, the man has to be arrested, arraigned in court, and justice to take its own course. Now, we are told the file is with the DPP, and therefore it has not moved to DCI, purely because I think the DPP is also getting frustrated. How can you recommend that the file is brought back? You are told to recommend again so that we can act. This must be brought to an end. And the Honorable Tongoyo, being the chair of this committee, should actually put down his feet to tell the DCI, move with speed, execute the advice of the DPP so that every Kenyan can also receive justice. It cannot be that we can arrest somebody who is a suspect. He comes and says, I have more evidence. He's released, and we are down 4 months since he was released. 4 months, they have not arrested him. They have done nothing. Sincerely, this is frustrating. This makes every Kenyan wonder what the DCI is doing. Thank you very much.
Tongoyo?
I may not have much to add. I think you can agree with me. It's a little bit of a complex situation. It's an issue between the judiciary, ODPP, and DCI. And,
he says you have given the most unsatisfactory statement. Is that true?
I don't agree, Honorable Speaker. That's what I'm trying to say. A complex situation like this of land. You know, even land in Kenya can drag at even like 20, 30-ish, you know. We have one in Narok, Kiombo, which is doing about 36 years now. So, and,
good. What we do, keep the file open.
Yes.
If you get additional information, furnish the MP.
I will.
Yes. George Best, we'll leave it there. Junette, you, from the House Business Committee, you have the Thursday statement.
Yes, Mr. Speaker. Honorable Speaker, pursuant to the provisions of Standing Order 442A, I rise to present the following statement on behalf of the House Business Committee, which met on Tuesday, 28th July 2026, to prioritize business for consideration during the week and the business coming before the House in the next week. Honorable Speaker, I wish to formally welcome members back from the just concluded short recess and urge them we all embark on the consideration of the upcoming priority business with rigor. As we approach the end of the 5th session, I urge members to remain committed to plenary and committee proceedings in order to enable the House to maintain optimal performance in its consideration of business. Honorable Speaker, with regard to business schedule for Tuesday next week, the House is expected to consider the following bills at various stages, some of which are listed in today's order paper. As second reading of the following bills: 1, the Business Laws Amendment Bill, Senate Bill number 51 of 2024, the Competition Amendment Bill 2026, the Books and Newspapers Amendment Bill 2025, the County Library Services Bill, Senate Bill number 40 of 2024, the County Assembly Services Amendment Bill, Senate Bill number 34 of 2024, and the Creative Economy Support Bill, Senate Bill number 30 of 2024. B, Committee of the Whole House on the County Government's Additional Allocations Bill, Senate Bill number 8 of 2026. Additionally, Honorable Speaker, debate will be undertaken on the following motions should they not be concluded today. 1, report of the Kenya delegation to the 151 Assembly of the Interparliamentary Union, IPU, and related meetings. Second, report on the status of reports on petitions and resolutions. 3, report on the audited financial statements of selected state corporations in the road and transport sector.
4, report on the audited financial statements of selected state corporations in the energy sector. 5, third, report on the status of reports on petitions and resolutions. 6, seventh, report on the audited financial statements for various funds. 7, ninth, report on the audited financial statements for various state corporations. 9, fifth, report on the status of reports on petitions and resolutions. And 10, report on sessional paper number 5 of 2026 on the national energy policy. Honorable Speaker, the House will also prioritize the motion and committee of the whole House on the consideration of Senate amendments to the Kenya National Council for Population and Development Bill 2023. The Departmental Committee on Finance and National Planning, to which the amendments were referred for considerations, is therefore urged to table its report to the House to guide the considerations of the Senate amendments. Honorable Speaker, with respect to the appearance of Cabinet Secretaries to answer questions from members and provide reports on matters under their charge, I wish to inform the House that question time will be resumed at an appropriate time to be notified. In conclusion, the House Business Committee shall reconvene on Tuesday, 4th August 2026 to schedule business for the rest of that week. And I wish to lay this statement on the table of the House. Thank you, Honorable Speaker.
Thank you, Honorable Jeanette. That is the end of statement time. Honorable members, on the order paper, I've been requested by the Chair of Budget and Appropriations Committee, and I've acceded to his request that I reorganize the order paper so that we bring forward order number 10. Then once we dispose of order number 10, we'll go on to order number 8, 9, and sequentially follow the rest of the orders. Yes, Jared?
Honorable Speaker, thank you for the opportunity. Honorable Speaker, I want to state as follows, that leaders are by nature judged at higher standards than any other ordinary mortal, Honorable Speaker. Honorable Speaker, about 2-3 weeks ago, a leader in this country did assert that the British Army Training Unit of Kenya had decamped to this country for Tanzania, Honorable Speaker, without facts, Honorable Speaker. So, Honorable Speaker, only for 5 days ago, for Batu commanders to come out to say that they have since resumed trainings within this country, Honorable Speaker. Honorable Speaker, it is also important to note that moving military trainees together with the artilleries that they have is not a mean achievement. It's not an easy exercise that can be done within a short period of time, Honorable Speaker. We are privileged in this House, Honorable Speaker, that you have been our Minister for Foreign Affairs, and no one understands better the diplomatic processes involved. Even when the Batuk had to decamp, there are legal and diplomatic means that must be put in place before such a movement is done, Honorable Speaker. So, Honorable Speaker, we've been... Sorry, Honorable Speaker. So what the leaders are saying, and these are from the United Opposition, Honorable Speaker, as sensational as they are, is to instill fear into people and judge Kenya as a failed state, Honorable Speaker. Far from it, Honorable Speaker, there are many United Nations organizations that are moving into this country and are setting their bases here, amidst the noises that are coming from our political detractors, Honorable Speaker. But as leaders, I think it is important that we really investigate what we say and how we say it, because this country belongs to us all. If it collapses with all of us, Honorable Speaker. Just not too long ago, the same leader was asking tourists not to step their feet into this country, Honorable Speaker. Yet, out of tourism, we get our #2 best earner, Honorable Speaker. So if the tourists refuse to come, how many people do you think are going to lose jobs, are going to lose livelihoods, which they eke out of both tourism and hospitality industries, Honorable Speaker? So politics we can play, and it is important that we play politics. But when it gets into the attention of the international community, Honorable Speaker, we really have to be careful. We have to step back, reflect, retool before we make any adverse assertions that are coming from our leaders. So, Honorable Speaker, you sit at a vantage position to advise leaders from across the aisle to be very careful with the pronouncements that they make, particularly those that inhibit both on international community issues and our own local issues, because the world has become a global village. What you say here does not really end up at Wamunyoro village. It gets the attention of everybody. So, Honorable Speaker, we pass this baton back to you to advise leaders to be very careful and not to become too sensational with emotive consequences that may, again, ban this country. 2007, 2008, and the attendant bad things that happened, Honorable Speaker, was a result of such careless pronouncements by leaders. So thank you for the opportunity, Honorable Speaker. Please direct our country. We have faith in you. We have confidence in you.
Thank you. Yes, Janet.
Mr. Speaker, thank you for giving me a chance to say something. Mr. Speaker, what is going on in this country is alarming. Mr. Speaker, just first to buttress what my colleague has said about Batuk. Not only did that, I don't want to call him a leader, but that person or that impeached leader, did he only say that that contract was cancelled? He said there was a demand of 3 billion shillings by people in government for Batuk to be allowed to do their work in Nyanyuki or in Kenya. And Mr. Speaker, a day later, the whole thing was restored back. Mr. Speaker, what is happening in this country is really, really alarming. There is gross violation of the Constitution. This one man who has violated the Constitution when he was in office, and he continues violating the Constitution when he's out of office, Mr. Speaker. I don't know whether our institutions have stopped working. The NCIC, the DCI, the police, Mr. Speaker, because what that impeached leader is doing in this country is to destroy the fabric of this country so that Kenyans can turn against each other. Mr. Speaker, I'm sorry I came late to the House, but with your permission, Mr. Speaker, I'm one of the people or one of the leaders in this House, Mr. Speaker, who have been elected from a constituency that his community does not stay or is not the majority, Mr. Speaker. And I've represented them for over 3 terms. And I was even a mayor there, Mr. Speaker, where you visited me many times when you were mentoring me in leadership.
Yes.
Mr. Speaker, those people did not look at my tribe, did not look at my religion, did not look at my color, they did not look at my face or how my nose looks like. They looked at my capacity to serve them, Mr. Speaker, that community who stay in that area, the Luo community. Mr. Speaker, what is happening in this country? Now, the impeached leader goes to Meru and says, have you missed somebody from here that you can elect an Indian? He goes to Kisii. He says, have you missed someone, then you are electing another Indian here or Chotara? Mr. Speaker, when have we gone that low in this country, Mr. Speaker? When have we, himself, he's claiming that, or he's pleading that his impeachment should be withdrawn by the courts so that he can run for a higher office. He claims that he wants to become a president or a deputy. Who will elect him? If he doesn't want an Indian to be elected in Meru, why should we elect him as our leader? A rogue person like him, Mr. Speaker? a mentally, a mental case. This is a man with is a psychopath, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I want to urge, and I'm speaking with a lot of humility, that, Mr. Speaker, if our institutions that are mandated to uphold and defend the Constitution do not take any action against this rogue leader, Mr. Speaker, don't be shocked if Kenyans start, having problems with each other, Mr. Speaker. Look at, Mr. Speaker, what's happening in other parts. The other day, there's a fugitive group that ran away from ODM. They wanted to go and campaign for some candidate in that by-election in Olkalau, Mr. Speaker. He told them, no, you cannot go there. I'm not going to allow you to go to Olkalau. Is Olkalau not Kenya? Is Olkalau not part of this country? Are Kenyans not allowed to go to anywhere, Mr. Speaker? So, Mr. Speaker, this is the house that addresses matters of concern to the people. And that is why we are here. That's why we earn salary. And that is our work, to defend and uphold the Constitution. Mr. Speaker, if the institutions of the country do not want to take any action against that guy, then the committee of this house must summon him. Because the house also have powers to summon anybody in this country, Mr. Speaker, especially people who have violating people who want to destroy the country, Mr. Speaker. So there are committees that I am going to file a motion if I am going to give time to the institutions to do their work. If they don't do, I will file a motion in the House to summon this guy before this House and tell Kenyans why he wants to destroy their country. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
We'll stop there. Call out order number 10.
Order number 10, the County Government's Additional Allocations Bill, Senate Bill number 8 of 2026, second reading.
Chair, Budget and Appropriations Committee.
Thank you very much, the Honorable Speaker, for accepting my request to be granted the early opportunity to be able to move this bill. Honorable Speaker, I beg to move that the House adopts the report of the Budget and Appropriations Committee on its consideration of the County Government's Additional Allocations Bill 2026, Senate Bills number 8 of 2026, laid on the table of the House yesterday, Wednesday, 29th July 2026, and pursuant to Articles 191 and 2022 of the Constitution. Honorable Speaker, this bill was prepared by the National Treasury and submitted with the budget policy statement under Section 191 of the PFM Act. It was published on 16th March 2026, passed by the Senate with amendments on 17th June 2026, and read for the first time in the National Assembly on 30th June 2026 before it was referred to this committee. Honorable Speaker, I want to take this opportunity to give you make highlights of the bill. And Honorable Speaker, the bill is divided into 3 schedules. The first schedule contains 148.3 million, which is allocated for court fines, and also 1.83 billion, which is 20% of mineral royalties. Honorable Speaker, the second schedule allocates the following: 16.46 billion from the national government share of revenue, and 53.82 billion from the loans and grants by development partners, which is in the third schedule. Honorable Speaker, if you allow me, I'll be able to just make further clarifications on the components of the bill as follows. 1, Honorable Speaker, 148.26 million, which is allocated for 29 counties, led by Nairobi, which will take the lion's share of 72.87 million, Machakos County, 19.17 million, Mombasa County, 14.23 million, and Uasin Gishu County, 13.9 million. Honorable Speaker, these are fines that are related to offenses that touch on the counties. So, Honorable Speaker, at the end of the year, these court fines are shared with the counties that the offenses occurred. Honorable Speaker, the second one is 1.83 billion, which is mineral royalties. And Honorable Speaker, about 30 counties will benefit from this allocation, led by Kwale County, which will take 804.28 million, Kajiado County 310.26 million, Kilifi County 240.8 million, Nandi County 121.48 million, and West Pokot County 103.87 million. Honorable Speaker, these are counties where mining is taking place. And Honorable Speaker, you can see that Kwale is leading. It is important to note, Honorable Speaker, that minerals are found in almost all counties. Even in Siaya, where I come from, there are minerals. So if county governments could work closely with the national government to ensure that these minerals are properly, resourced and mined, then we could see this allocation really going up. Our counties are going to receive more resources. Honorable Speaker, the third one is 3.23 billion, which is monthly stipends to 107,831 community health promoters across 47 counties. Honorable Speaker, you are aware that there's a program where CHPs are paid by national government as well as county governments. Honorable Speaker, here, this money, each CHP will get 5,000 shillings from this bill across all the counties. The fourth one, Honorable Speaker, is 525 million for county headquarters. Honorable Speaker, there are about 5 counties where the national government is assisting them to build their county headquarters. These counties include Isiolo, which has been allocated 158.8 million, Lamu 71.6 million, Tana River 95.3 million, Tharaka Nithi 30.5 million, Nyandarua 166.8 million. Honorable Speaker, the fifth one is 3.25 billion, which has been allocated to 13 counties, which include Bomet, Elgeyo Marakwet, Isiolo, Kisumu, Lamu, Makwiny, Mandera, Nairobi, Samburu, Taita Taveta, Tharaka Nithi, Turkana, and West Pokot, for county aggregation and industrial parks, KIPES, with each county receiving 250 shillings million. Honorable Speaker, it is worth noting that 16 counties, namely Bungoma, Busia, Embu, Garissa, Homa Bay, Kisii, Kirinyaga, Kwale, Machakos, Meru, Nakuru, Migori, Uasin Gishu, Kiambu, Trans Nzoia, and Kakamega are counties that have already completed their KIPES, and they are only awaiting operationalization. Honorable Speaker, number 6, 8.61 billion, which has been allocated for transition of UHC workers into permanent and pensionable terms. Honorable Speaker, this is something which would interest members of this House, that there's been a campaign by the UHC workers across the country that they be confirmed into permanent and pensionable employment. Honorable Speaker, I want to report that this bill contains the resources that are supposed to be used for that purpose. Additionally, there's 366.6 million, which is money which is supposed to be used to supervise the affordable housing programs across the country. Each county is supposed to receive 7.8 million so that the teams that are on the ground that are supposed to check the progress of this program can utilize those resources for the same. Honorable Speaker, we have 480.7 million, which is for settlement of Meru County's arbitral award. Honorable Speaker, Meru County received a court award. And from this court award, Meru County paid some portion, and the national government committed to also assist them in paying this award. So we have this allocation here in the bill. The other one is 53.8 billion to multiple donor-funded programs, which include KISIP 2, FLOCA, NAV, CBD, KUSIP, ETC. So these are basically donor funding, which is should be implemented in the counties. Honorable Speaker, I want to make a few observations from the committee. One, Honorable Speaker, the county governments continue to benefit from conditional allocations financed through process of loans and grants from development partners. For example, in the financial year 2026-2027, the bill proposes conditional allocations amounting to 53.82 billion, comprising financing from various development partners for implementing projects across 47 counties. However, the committee is concerned that the disbursement and utilization of these funds has consistently been delayed due to some county governments' failure to comply with the conditions required for the transfer of the resources. Consequently, this has undermined timely project implementation, slowed service delivery, and reduced the absorption of externally financed resources. Honorable Speaker, let me observe that there are some counties that are letting us down, where some governors are not focused on serving their people. Donors, the national government engages donors, and these donors commit resources to be spent in those counties. and programs identified. But where the counties must meet certain conditions, their governors are not there to do the same. And therefore, this is the reason why, Honorable Speaker, we have observed that there's frequent delays in absorption of these critical funds which are supposed to help in supporting our people across the counties. Two, Honorable Speaker, conditions underpinning the access to development partners funds require counties to transfer money received from the national government to the special purpose account. However, some counties are diverting funds from their respective special purpose accounts to cover other expenditures. These actions violate the terms of the intergovernmental participation agreements. Honorable Speaker, this is also another case. And this is something which is not isolated to donor funding alone. Even in some counties, Honorable Speaker, you realize that contractors who have already finished their work and are applying and have met all the conditions to be paid, when those contractors' names are used to access funds from Nairobi, the funds are not wired to their accounts. The funds are instead given to other politically correct expenditures. Honorable Speaker, this is something which this House must ensure that governors are put to task, and we have also told senators to do their best in terms of properly oversighting governors in respect to these funds. Honorable Speaker, the other observation we've made is that the bill proposes an allocation of 3.25 billion to 13 counties for the construction of county aggregation and industrial parks. However, during the consideration of and approval of the financial year 2026-2027 budget estimates, the National Assembly redirected these funds towards equipping and operationalization of the completed but non-operational agro-processing industries in 16 counties that had previously benefited from the program. Honorable Speaker, as I mentioned, about 16 counties have already completed construction of the KIPES, but they have not been operationalized. Therefore, the people who are supposed to benefit from this program have not been able to do so. Therefore, it's in the wisdom of Parliament that these funds here, earmarked here, be directed to equipping and operationalizing of those 16 KIPES. 7, Honorable Speaker, the bill allocates 480.7 million to Meru County to settle an arbitral award. I spoke about it, Honorable Speaker, but the only issue here, Honorable Speaker, is that when we went through the estimates, we realized that we did not allocate these resources. Even though the Senate had included them in this bill, we did not have them in our estimates. And therefore, Honorable Speaker, this is an observation we wanted to put across. Therefore, we are proposing that this allocation lacks requisite budgetary provision. We are going to make recommendation, and Honorable Speaker will speak about it as well. Honorable Speaker, number 8, the bill proposes allocation of 850 million from the World Bank for the Water and Sanitation Development Program. However, the committee established that the entire allocation for the program has already been transferred to the beneficiary counties, and that the project is scheduled to close in October 2026. Consequently, no further allocation should be made to the program in this financial year. Number 9, Honorable Speaker, the committee noted that the request by the State Department for Housing and Urban Development to restructure the allocation of the Kenya Urban Support Project urban institutional grant by separating it into loan revenue of 684.7 million to be allocated to 45 county governments and grant revenue of 260 million to be allocated to Garissa and Turkana counties. Honorable Speaker, the proposed restructuring is intended to align the financing of the project with the respective funding resources, reflecting the loan refinanced and grant finance components of the program. Honorable Speaker, this is very clear that we are separating the loan component and the grant component, and that the grant component will only be spent by Garissa and Turkana counties. The rest of the loan will be spent in the remaining 45 counties. Honorable Speaker, let me go through the recommendations by the committee. Honorable Speaker, having debated on the provisions of the bill and reviewed them against the approved budget estimates for financial year 2026-2027, the committee recommends the bill to be approved with the following amendments. 1, that column D of the second schedule that provides for allocation of 3.25 billion to counties to construction of county aggregation and industrial parks, KIPES, be deleted from the bill. 2, that column G of the second schedule that provides for allocation of 480.78 million for settlement of the arbitral award of Meru County government be deleted from the bill. Honorable Speaker, I think I'm clear that we do not have this in the estimate, and therefore it is untenable. It is not tenable in this bill. Number 3, that column H of the third schedule that provides for 850 million from the World Bank for the Water and Sanitation Development Program be deleted from the bill because the program has come to an end. And the funds already released to counties. Number 4, that column 1 and J Column I and column J of the second third schedule to be amended to reflect the loan financing and grant financing components of the bill. Honorable Speaker, this bill is as simple as I've highlighted, and that we already went through this bill when we were processing the, when we were going through the budget processes, and especially during the first phase of the budget process, and that I'm sure most members are conversant with this bill. Therefore, I don't want to waste more time, members. Honorable Speaker, I would like, with your permission, to move and ask my able Vice Chairman, the Member of Parliament for Endebess, Honorable Dr. Pukose, to second.
Honorable Robert Pukose.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker. Honorable Speaker, I stand to second the County Government's Additional Allocation Bill, Senate Bill number 8 of 2026. This bill, Honorable Speaker, as my chair has put it, was passed by the Senate and committed to the National Assembly. Honorable Speaker, this is a bill that after the Senate passed and transmitted to the National Assembly, this bill provides the legal framework for transferring conditional allocations from the national government and development partners to counties under Article 202 as of the Constitution and the Public Finance Management Act. Honorable Speaker, this bill transfers money from the shareable revenue of the national government, and you'll find that from the national government, you have allocations of close to 16.46 billion that of the shareable revenue that is being transferred to the county governments. It is also transferring 53.82 billion from loans and grants provided by the development partners to county governments. This is in addition to the 425 billion that the 428 billion that the national government allocated to the county governments. So, Honorable Speaker, in this bill, you have allocations to the UHC workers, and this has been a very thorny issue, and the UHC workers are expecting that by this July, they should be able to be paid their money. And that is the hurry by the committee to make sure that we pass this bill so that the county governments can now be able to pay UHC workers as permanent and pensionable. Each county has a certain number of UHC workers. And those UHC workers, now that the National Assembly has passed this bill, we expect that the Senate will not have any dispute as per what we've recommended as at the committee, and that the House will agree with our recommendation so that the UHC workers can be able to get their money. Under this bill, Honorable Speaker, you've also seen that under the conditional allocation, we've given money for CHPs, community health promoters, which are shared function between both the county government and the national government, so that this money can also go to the counties. And you've seen that some of the counties have very few UHC workers like Lamu, and you look at the amount of money they are getting is low compared with the rest. Honorable Speaker, this bill also provides money for other programs such as KIPES, such as FLOCA, which is now you have FLOCA 1, FLOCA 2, and this is money that goes into climate resilience and other activities that are within the county governments. So we expect that the county governments will be able to utilize this money well, and as my chair put it, and this is an observation that has been made both by the Senate and the National Assembly, that accountability is a very important role for the county governments. They must account for the money so that they can get the next disbursement, because these are donor-funded projects. And you'll find that there are counties that have delayed in making sure that they are able to account for that money. And this is what leads to delay in disbursement. And we are hoping that the county governments will be able to perform their role, make sure that they account for this money, because
this money has conditionalities, and you must be able to meet those conditionalities. Honorable Speaker, you will find that when you are debating the budget estimates, the committee had also put money to complete some of the KIPES projects within several other counties. In this also, there is also money for KIPES so that these industrial parks can be completed in time, and it's a shared responsibility because the national government is putting 250 million and the county government should also put their share. But you'll find that there are some counties which occasionally they are not able to, they are putting programs that are in projects like in the KIPES, and at the end of the day you'll find that they also withdraw that money. So this leaves those projects incomplete. So we're asking the governors that they must be able to put their part of their share into this because it's a 50-50 sharing, and the national government has now put their conditional grant so that counties can also put their 250 million to complete those KIPES in time to allow the citizens of those counties to be able to engage in meaningful development within these KIPES. With those few remarks, Honorable Speaker, I second.
Honorable members, I now propose the question. Order. Yes. Honorable members, I propose the question that the county government's additional allocations bill, Senate Bill number 8 of 2026, be now read a second time. The Honorable Dr. James Ombora Nyikal, MP for Seme.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I rise to support this bill. Mr. Speaker, just have a few comments to make. One, this is an extremely important means of ensuring that we actually give counties more resources that they need. And further, that it actually gives resources as needed and how they are to be applied. And so grants, loans, profits from minings that probably come after we have done other divisions, the DORA will actually be done through this. And further still, some of these funds like the proceeds from minerals, even the grants, may not fit in the CARA, the County Allocation of Revenue Act, which normally has a fixed formula. And so if you have funds that need to go for specific activities in specific counties, then it does not accommodate them. And again, it is important that if you have things that are conditional, that the money should go for, then it should go in this, and it is easy then to monitor that. It also takes into consideration the unconditional components, which is justified, because, for example, if minerals accrue and then they go to the counties should have the right to use those resources as and when they want. And for example, the court fines, when the court fines also accrue from cases that occur in those counties, so them being unconditional is acceptable. So, Speaker, I'll just make a few comments in the health sector. One is the health, community health promoters. This is something we continue to do, and the payments are done both by the county governments and the national government. And so you have a double payment system. In the best situation, we would have actually had to do this as a single payment system with one paying. But as we know, that has not worked well. And I think we must look forward as the counties that if monies go, they should be used for what they are meant to be done, to be used. And so that in future, we may need to have the health promoters put the money in the budget and they use it all from the counties. The next one is the UHC health workers. Mr. Speaker, this is extremely important. This is actually the second year we are actually putting money for this purpose. In the first year when we did it for this purpose, it actually didn't work well because the counties felt that they wanted to be assured that this money will be available every year before they take these officers. And even now, Mr. Speaker, as we are discussing this, there is already an argument going on that the counties are insisting that they can only use this, take up these people in permanent employment if the money is assured every year, and therefore they want it in DORA. But if you do that with DORA, then the formula that they will use in KARA after they have got DORA will not be such that you take into account the specific numbers of health workers that are in various counties. So I feel concerned that we are passing this bill. It's something we have worked. The county has raised the money is there. The workers are actually already in the counties are working. Why can't we take them up? I think this country, we must find a way there where institutions do not disobey law. Because in my view, this is an act of parliament when we pass it. And anybody disobeying it is actually disobeying the law. There should be sanctions. So I would be very uncomfortable if once again this 8.6 billion does not solve the problem of UHC workers. I will appeal to the counties that this is the second time. What is the fear that this money will not be given a third time? Unless, of course, Mr. Speaker, we put it in DORA, then we'll have to revise the formula in DORA and put flexibilities that will mean that each county will then use that specific formula, which then divides it according to the workers that are in that county. And the dispute is coming because there is fear amongst the workers that if this money goes through DORA, then it will open up that the governors can use it to just employ other people and not apply it to the people that it's specifically meant for. So, Mr. Speaker, I support this bill, but I once again make an appeal to our governors that this time, let us use this money to solve the problem of UHC workers. We have talked about it for 2 years. This is the time to do it. Because if that does not happen, then we'll have to look as a country, can we amend DORA or KARA actually in particular, so that we can be used it in flexible ways and not just the formula that we now have. With that, Mr. Speaker, I support.
The Honorable Dr. Nyikal, the Honorable Dr. Makali Mulu.
Yeah, thank you, Honorable Speaker. Honorable Speaker, I want to start by thanking my chairman and the vice chairman for this important bill, the county government's additional allocations bill, a bill which is supposed to be providing the legal framework for additional resources to the counties after the equitable share, Honorable Speaker. These resources are in two categories. There are those which are going to come from the government, and there are those which will be coming from the donors, Honorable Speaker. For the ones coming from the donors, from the government, Honorable Speaker, we have the court fines, which are supposed to be shared to a number of counties. And then category 2 of that, we have money from the minerals, Honorable Speaker, the royalties from the minerals, Honorable Speaker. But there are also additional resources, Honorable Speaker, from the government. That is the money for the health workers and the money also, Honorable Speaker, for the CAIBs. Honorable Speaker, because this bill originates from the Senate, you realize that the proposal, in the proposed bill, Honorable Speaker, there is money for construction of the CAIBs. And this was provided overlooking the fact that, Honorable Speaker, that money had already been taken away at the budgeting stage, Honorable Speaker, for equipping of the already constructed CAIBs, Honorable Speaker. And that means the Senate was actually allocating money, which is not in the budget. And that calls for some action, Honorable Speaker, in terms of harmonizing the final budget with what the Senate is doing. That was also repeated, Honorable Speaker, where resources were provided for the compensation of a court case, court award in Meru, while the resources also in the budget were not there. And what this means, Honorable Speaker, is that you are proposing a bill to the National Assembly, and if it's passed as it is proposed, Honorable Speaker, then automatically, Honorable Speaker, it means that there will be no resources in the budget to meet that budget, Honorable Speaker. And to me, I think that's a very tricky area. And I think really the Senate needs to be keen on what is passed as a final budget by the National Assembly. Because it is this House which has the final word in terms of what is the budget is, Honorable Speaker. The other thing, Honorable Speaker, which is also important to note, Honorable Speaker, is when it comes to the money from the donors, Honorable Speaker. And I must really appreciate our development partners. A lot of resources have been provided to the counties to support development in the counties, Honorable Speaker. But we have realized, Honorable Speaker, some counties, even when they get this money, they don't meet the minimum required conditions for this money to be accessible, Honorable Speaker. And what has happened is there are lots of delays. You have a lot of resources in the accounts, resources which are not being accessed. And that causes challenges in terms of implementation, Honorable Speaker, and challenges in terms of getting additional resources from the donors. So I think as a House, we need to urge the county governments that by the time they get these resources, they need to have met the preconditions which have been set by the donors, so that when this money comes, it's able to assist our people, Honorable Speaker. Honorable Speaker, the other issue is the issue of the county headquarters. Honorable Speaker, having been in this House for quite some time, Honorable Speaker, I think if you look back to our budgeting process, Honorable Speaker, since 2014, this House has been allocating resources for construction of county headquarters in 6 counties, Honorable Speaker. 6 counties. And every year, we have been allocating resources, Honorable Speaker. And I would be very interested to get a report in this House telling us, where are we? 10 years after allocating resources every year, and we are still allocating more resources for these counties. I would want to urge my chairman and the vice chairman, I think it's time now we actually do physical visits of this county headquarters. Because we might be getting this money to a hole, which is a bottomless hole, Honorable Speaker. And that's why I think the issue of accountability, as Honorable Bukosa was saying, the issue of accountability at the level of our counties, Honorable Speaker, needs to be enhanced. We need to see more accountability of the resources which are going to the counties. I don't know whether the money might have been diverted to other activities, or the money might have misapplied, or the money might have got into people's pockets. And these are critical issues, Honorable Speaker. So, Honorable Speaker, even as this House goes out of their way to allocate more resources to the counties, I think it is important that the counties make sure that these resources are applied in line with the law. I want to thank my committee, Honorable Speaker, this time, because we are debating this bill early enough in the year. And I hope that the changes we have made, because, Honorable Speaker, as a committee, we have recommended deletion of those areas where we think there is no budget provision in the budget. Now, our hope is that the Senate will be able to agree with us so that we get this becoming an act of parliament. Otherwise, if they reject, Honorable Speaker, it means then we get to a level of mediation again. And you know how long it takes to mediate some of these bills, Honorable Speaker. And that will cause an unnecessary delay in implementation. So my appeal to the Senate is that to agree with our recommendations, have this become an act of parliament so that the counties can access these resources in good time for implementation. With those many remarks, Honorable Speaker, I support. Thank you so much.
The Honorable Badibadi.
Asante sana Mheshimiwa Spika kwa kuweza kunipatia nafasi hii ili mimi pia kuchangia katika mswada huu. Mheshimiwa Spika, huu mswada ni muhimu sana kwa sababu hii ni mojawapo ya miswada muhimu inayohusu pesa za ziada zinazoenda kwa kaunti zetu mbali na equitable share ya kawaida ambayo wanapata. Na Mheshimiwa Spika, tumeona juu ya pesa hizi kwa inawapatia kaunti zetu kwa mahitaji yao ambayo wanashughulikia. Na mengi Mheshimiwa Spika yaliyosemwa leo, tunaona wanenaji wenzangu wamezungumzia juu ya KAIPS ambazo zimetengenezwa katika kaunti mbalimbali. na vile vile Mheshimiwa Spika, tumeona kuwa pesa hizi za juu zinasaidia katika kulipia locum kama wale madaktari wetu ambao wako katika sehemu mbalimbali, na vile vile kushughulikiana katika mambo ya climate change. Mheshimiwa Spika, fedha hizi ni muhimu kwa sababu tunaona kando na zile fedha za kawaida ni fedha ambazo zinakuja za ziada, na kuna kaunti mbalimbali ambazo zinafaidika sana na fedha kama hizi. Kwa mfano, dadangu ambaye ninakaa naye hapa, Mheshimiwa Mulkhair, kule kwao Garissa County, ni pesa ambazo zinasaidia sana sana na katika pia kuona kwa naboresha maisha ya watu wetu. Mheshimiwa Spika, tukizungumzia kuhusu KAIBS, tunaona kuwa ni mambo ambayo ni ya kweli, kwa sababu kule kwangu wakati ule mradi huu ulikujaanzishwa na Mheshimiwa Moses Kuria, na kusema kweli KAIB kule Mombasa iko katika sehemu yangu ya Jomvu, mahali kunakoitwa Miritini, na mradi huu utaweza hasa kuona kuwa utatoa kazi nyingi sana kwa vijana. Ombi langu Mheshimiwa Spika ni kusema kuwa kaunti ya Mombasa ijaribu sana kushirikiana na mkandarasi ili kuona kuwa mradi huu usiende polepole, mradi huu uende kwa haraka, kwa sababu kiu hivi sasa iliyoko kwa vijana wetu ni kazi. Na tukiangalia katika pale ndani kutakuwa na goldowns, katika pale ndani kutakuwa na aggregation points, na pia katika pale ndani tukiangalia tutakuwa na watu ambao wakileta vitu vyao vya ukulima ikifanyiwa kitu inaitwa value addition. Na tukiangalia mambo kama haya yataweza kukuza vijana wetu, watatoka kwenye njia ya kungojea wapewe kazi Mheshimiwa Spika, na kujiajiri wenyewe kule tokamana na ile facility ya KAIB ambayo iko pale. Mheshimiwa Spika, mimi leo nataka kusema kuwa nimebahatika na namshukuru Mheshimiwa Gavana Abdulswamad Sharif Nassir kuona kuwa mradi huu uko katika sehemu yangu, na vile vile katika mambo ya climate change. Nachukua wakati huu na fursa hii kumshukuru Waziri Emily kwa sababu hasa amesongamana mambo haya climate change katika sehemu yangu ya pale Jomvu Mheshimiwa Spika, na hata juzi Mheshimiwa Musa Sirma na kamati yake ya CDF walikuwa pale kwangu kuja kupanda miti. Na vile vile Mheshimiwa Spika, natangaza leo kwa World Guinness Book of Record ya kupanda mikoko simultaneously atago ilivunjwa wiki iliyopita kwa watu 5,000 ambao walikuwa kwangu pale Jomvu, na mimi mwenyewe nikishiriki katika kuvunja rekodi ile kwa mambo haya ya climate change. Kwa hivyo Mheshimiwa Spika, nataka kusema vizuri sana ya kwa kaunti zetu kama alivyosema wenzetu Mheshimiwa Makali Muli na wengine. Makali Muli alisema kuwa accountability ni muhimu sana katika kuona mahesabu ya fedha hii, kila moja inaweza kuonekana imeweza kufanya kazi gani, kwa sababu ni donor funded hii projects ambazo wafadhili wanatupa pesa. Tusipoweza account ama kuweka mahesabu yetu vizuri, pesa hizi tukiweza kuwekewa tashwishi nazo Mheshimiwa Spika, inaonekana kuwa tutaweza kuzikosa na watu wetu wataweza kukosa makazi. Kwa hivyo Mheshimiwa Spika, nataka kuunga mkono mswada huu na kusema kuwa ni muhimu sana kuona kuwa hata hizi pesa Mheshimiwa Spika ambao zatoka kwa donors zikija kupitia Central Bank zisicheleweshwe, zifanywe kwa haraka sana katika that transition point ya kuona kuwa hizi ziweze kwenda katika makaunti waweze kufanya mambo yao yale ambao wanahitaji. Tunaona Mheshimiwa Spika, sisi wakati wa nyuma locum, mimi mwenyewe binafsi, kuna msichana alikuwa anaitwa Sharifa, leo ameandikwa kama daktari Jomvu Model Health Center. Tulikuwa tukimfanyia bidii akipata kazi kupitia through locum, na wengine wengi ambao tunajivunia leo kuzungumza ni kuhusiana na hizi fedha ambazo zimeweza kusaidia mambo ya climate change. Tukiangalia maneno ya kazi mtaani, Mheshimiwa Governor Abdulswamad Sharif Nassir ajaribu kusafisha mji wetu wa Mombasa kutokamana na njia ambazo waona kuwa waekee watoto hawa pesa ambazo wataweza kulipwa ili kuonekana
kuwa mji wetu uko sawasawa. Mji wa Mombasa, Mheshimiwa Spika, kusema kweli pesa hizi zatakana sichelewe, kwa sababu katika mji wetu wa Mombasa ni juzi tu delegates 6,000 wa Ocean Conference ambao walikuja kule Mombasa. Ilikuwa ni kongamano likiongozwa na Mheshimiwa Ali Hassan Joho ambaye ni waziri wetu wa madini, na vile vile likahudhuriwa na rais wetu Mheshimiwa William Samoei Ruto, na vile vile Mheshimiwa yule Mwinyi wa kule Zanzibar. Katika kuja Mombasa ilikuwa ni fahari, kwa sababu leo Mheshimiwa Spika, hata ukenda Moi International Airport VIP launch imbadilishwa kutoka wakati ule, hivi sasa inaonekana kimataifa. Ni kutokamana na hilo kongamano la watu wengi waliokuja, kuwa inaonekana Mombasa yetu inakuwa sawa. Kwa hivyo Mheshimiwa, kwa hayo mengi ambayo nimejaribu kusema, nataka pia mimi kuunga mkono kusema kuwa hizi fedha tuwaomba donors ama wafadhili walete kwa wingi, kwa sababu kuna mambo mengi. Na hata Mheshimiwa Spika, si kaunti peke yake ambao wanafanya mambo haya. Kuna vikundi kama Big Ship, kuna vikundi kama Bidii Youth CBO ambao wana proposals nzuri sana. Hizi pesa zitoke tu kupelekwa kwa county kufandi katika mambo kama haya. Ikiwa dona serikali waweza kuwasaidia hawa vijana wetu wenye idea, ni kuona kuwa mawazo yao yawe actualized ama yaweze kuwezeshwa kupitia direct kwa donors hawa, waweze kukimu katika mambo ya project zao. Kwa hayo mengi Mheshimiwa Spika, mmeshukuru Mheshimiwa Kaluma kunipa nafasi hii. Mimi Badi Twalib, kijana mwepesi, Garang Dimabiori, mzee Fula Ngenge, nikimalizia, asante, Mungu akubariki. Thank you my brother.
Asante sana Dimabiori, mzee Kula Ngenge. Honorable David Kosing.
I thank you, Honorable Speaker, for giving me this opportunity to support the bill as moved by our able chair. And Honorable Speaker, I am also, this afternoon or this evening, I'm hearing my friend, it's called Mabior, or what is it called? Those are not Kenyan names, Honorable Speaker. Those are Sudanese names. And because I neighbor Sudan, Honorable Speaker, I can tell you the melanin of Sudanese people doesn't look like this one. This one is a fake one, Honorable Speaker, because the Sudanese are black and dark and a bit taller than Honorable Twalib. However, Honorable Speaker, we've just said earlier that we are all Kenyans, so he's also a Kenyan. Speaker, as I support this bill, I want to raise 3 issues, Honorable Speaker. The first one is about the proposal by the chair, by our able chair, of deleting those clauses which were in the bill that came from Senate to us, Honorable Speaker. I want to emphasize that and reiterate, Honorable Speaker, so that our colleagues in Senate can understand that this is a cleanup. And I want to support it, Honorable Speaker, as a cleanup, so that they don't also look at it, Honorable Speaker, as an amendment. Because if they see it as an amendment from ourselves, Honorable Speaker, then as a colleague said earlier, and then it will result into mediation. And you know, mediation, Honorable Speaker, will delay the money going to our people and our counties. So I want to support that, Honorable Speaker, but reiterate that our colleagues in Senate understand that this is a cleanup. There's nothing to do with maybe a deletion of what they proposed. No, it's a cleanup, Honorable Speaker. I'm saying this because, Honorable Speaker, in last Parliament, when I was chairman of transport, one of my bills, or my committee bills, ended up in mediation. And mediation, Honorable Speaker, is just like you're killing the bill, you know, unnecessary delays and so on and so forth. So my belief is that as we support this, that our colleagues in Senate understand that this is a cleanup bill, Honorable Speaker. That's point number 1. Point number 2, I'm very glad I saw some little money coming to my county, Honorable Speaker. That is the county of Hidden Treasure, and that is West Pokot County, Honorable Speaker. I can see some money from royalties, about 103 million is going to go to West Pokot County. Honorable Speaker, as we support the bill, of course, that means that we are supporting the transmission of that money to our county, Honorable Speaker. We want to put more emphasis. That number 1, I am thinking this money is very little, particularly knowing, and everybody knowing in Kenya now, that West Pokot was actually a county of hidden treasure, and now it's becoming a county of minerals, county of mining. It's becoming actually the headquarters of mining, possibly in this country, Honorable Speaker. So when I see some little money like 103 million is going to my county, I'm believing that, Honorable Speaker, that would be actually vice versa. What I see in Kwale, 800 million, I would want to see, as I support the chair giving this money to West Pokot, I am believing, Honorable Speaker, that as we move forward, that we get more money. And why I'm saying that, Honorable Speaker, and I want to appreciate what my county governor, Honorable Kachapin, is doing, particularly in trying to promote local artisans. Honorable Speaker, in places where we come from, you know, where everybody is thinking or was thinking that these are counties of rustlers and so on, Honorable Speaker, we are thinking, Honorable Speaker, that the future of West Pokot is mining. The future of West Pokot is mining. And people who are not going for raiding just because they like raiding, Honorable Speaker. Nobody likes raiding. I've been challenging the house and these colleagues of mine who are in this house. Nobody likes raiding. Maybe people are going because they don't have alternative livelihood. And education has come in to provide an alternative livelihood. Farming is also an alternative livelihood, Honorable Speaker. But when you look at places like West Pokot, which are basically dry, Honorable Speaker, then the future is mining. And that's why I'm saying, as much as I agree with the chair, maybe that was what was available. I am thinking that, Honorable Speaker, that this needs to be looked at national level at where we are, so that monies like this can go to those counties which I'm saying, because I am saying, Honorable Speaker, that the future of West Pokot is mining. And therefore, the boys, we can take our boys through the artisanal mining, through local mining, Honorable Speaker, so that they leave, the few who are still available, they can also leave cattle rustling, Honorable Speaker, and find some alternative livelihood, which is our own. After all, we are county of hidden treasure. And this hidden treasure, Honorable Speaker, is our own minerals. I am proposing that the chair, having to look at that again, maybe in future, that this money goes more in West Pokot County. And when it lands in West Pokot County, Honorable Speaker, I am of the opinion, and I want to persuade our county leadership, that this money should go to the promotion of local artisans, of local people to do what? To do mining, Honorable Speaker. Even if it is in small contribution or small works, Honorable Speaker, it is going to answer what I am trying to say, which is that we should look for an alternative livelihood of our people in those regions. What will you do? You cannot take them to farming. There's no water for farming. There's no irrigation for farming. So what happens? We want to take them to mining. And therefore, some little money like this, I want to persuade our county leadership that they should now take that opportunity to help in promotion of local artisanal miners, and particularly along the areas where, of course, we see this coal. So that, Honorable Speaker, we don't only come and watch or work for expatriates or international people who are coming to do mining, Honorable Speaker, that our people should not only be workers. I think just only being a worker, digging the ground and stones and crushing the stones, Honorable Speaker, does not give us dignity. It will give us dignity if our people are the ones doing the actual mining, Honorable Speaker, and they can sell minerals internationally. That way, Honorable Speaker, and then we will eventually, going forward, we will change the minds of the people from animal dependency, maybe to mineral dependency, Honorable Speaker. And as I said, and I want to repeat again, we take advantage that our county is county of hidden treasure. And that hidden treasure are so many, but primarily is also minerals. And what is available at the moment, of course, Honorable Speaker, is gold. The last point I want to add, as I support this bill, Honorable Speaker, is this issue of building of county headquarters. Speaker, as other members have said, I was wondering myself when the chairman was saying he's giving money to some places, some counties. I'm not saying that we don't like those counties, Honorable Speaker. But when I was chairman of transport, some of these, they used to be in my committee. And 5 years ago, Honorable Speaker, when I was here, not 5 years, now it's almost 9 years. When I was chairman of transport last parliament, we used to allocate money from my committee for building some of these headquarters. You mean you build a headquarter for 20 years? What is going on? Is that still a headquarter, Honorable Speaker? It's not. So maybe, as a colleague said, maybe, and the chair has just left out, Honorable, my very able vice chair, who is a very serious leader, Honorable Bokose, who sometimes people misunderstand for my name, Kosing. So we almost share names, Bokose and Kosing. very close. But we come from close places, Honorable Speaker. He's my neighbor. So sometimes I can be misunderstood. One day I was called, I almost took his gift. But I was fair, I just say, return to Honorable Bogose. I almost took it because I respect him. That Honorable Speaker, the committee now that the vice chairs visit some of these county headquarters. Do they still exist? Or now they have become conduits of people biting some public resources, Honorable Speaker? Maybe it is true. But I can remember I was chairman of transport. I used to bring that bill here, and particularly during the negotiation for budget. Those county headquarters were still there, and they're still here, and they're receiving, I've seen the bill here, they're receiving a lot of money. For what? Why don't we find something? Or why don't the counties take? And Speaker, now we are going for 15 years inside those counties. If the governor has not sat that office is, wherever governor is sitting now, that should be the headquarters. We should not give money for that. We should now take the money, Honorable Speaker, to educate our children. In the universities, what the president is saying, that we give our money to our students to go to school, the colleges, the TVETs, the secondary schools. Whatever, if the governor has been sitting under a tree as headquarters for 15 years, let him sit forever there. Don't waste our money, Honorable Speaker. And Honorable Bogose is listening to me and is getting the sense. He's almost helping me. But
Dr. Pukose is asking to inform you. Do you
absolutely, it's my namesake.
Yes, Honorable Dr. Pukose.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker. You know, Honorable Gosin is the next governor for West Pokot, and I respect him. I just wanted to let him know that as a committee on budget, we've decided that we will also visit those counties that are still receiving money for building of county headquarters. So we already have a plan. We want to see, are they really constructing, or the construction stopped, and what happened? Where does the governor sit, just the way you are putting it? So we've already done a program, and we are expecting that the Speaker will approve our schedule so that we can visit those counties.
Or even better, the Honorable David Kosing. Why don't these governors visit Homa Bay County and see how county headquarters can be built within a year? The governor for Siaya has been doing that of late, and I hope he will implement something the other side.
So with those men, I think, Honorable Speaker, through what Honorable Pogose has said, that is seeking for your permission to visit, can I move the motion that they visit now, that you agree with that motion of Honorable Pogose that they visit? And I thank you, Honorable Speaker, and I support.
Thank you. Honorable members, let me recognize a number of students, teachers, and learners for various institutions across the country. In the Speaker's Gallery, honorable members, we have Mustard Seed School from Mgwen constituency in Nandi County. We also have Central Comprehensive School from Saboti constituency in Trans Nzoia County. All the learners, all the teachers, and the school communities are welcome to the House of Parliament to observe proceedings and to learn. The Honorable David Gikaria, who is the chairperson of the Departmental Committee in charge of Energy and Petroleum, will now make his contributions.
Thank you. Thank you, Honorable Speaker, for giving me this opportunity to support the county government additional allocation for the year 2026-2027. Honorable Speaker, it is important for us as a National Assembly to note that as we approve this, and as Makali Muli had indicated, that we also, the Senate does not take time again, so that again we don't have disputes in this very important bill that is before us, Honorable Speaker. And it is important also to note that as we, as Parliament, try to allocate and agree with the Senate on how much should be sent to the county, Honorable Speaker, it is important also for the counties to understand and note that they should not only depend on what is coming from the national government. They need to efficiently be able to check. Honorable Speaker, I had an opportunity of being the mayor of Nakuru municipality at one time. Honorable Speaker, it was very vital for them to be able to improve, enhance on their own source revenue, Honorable Speaker. That without that, and they're only depending and sitting back, waiting for the national government to be able to allocate, then I think we will be doing a lot of injustice. Honorable Speaker, I remember when we came with you here in Parliament, Honorable Speaker, you have always been a very devoted proponent of devolution. In fact, at first we never thought devolution was of any importance or purpose. But of course, through the late Mheshimiwa, the late, may his soul rest in peace, our brother Raila Odinga, we have come to see the importance and the value of devolution and what it can do in our counties at the mashinani level. Honorable Speaker, when we talk about Nakuru County, we have seen the transformation over the last, say, 13 years or so, and what devolution has been able to do. And of course, this bill here will go a long way, not only to give over and above the equitable share, but this additional revenue will go. But Honorable Speaker, it is important for us also to understand that as we disperse this money and as we approve this and monies are sent, it is the responsibility of the respective governors to be able to accountably be able to give a feedback on how this money is spent. It is also the responsibility, Honorable Speaker, of the members of the county assembly, for them to be able to do their due diligence. Honorable Speaker, it was unfortunate a few years back that we had some monies of this nature, which was being given to our city, that it could not be able to proceed, Honorable Speaker, just because they had not done any public participation. Honorable Speaker, one of the issues that is very, very important here is the the unconditional allocation that is supposed to be given. Honorable Speaker, these monies that have been given, one of them, as it is indicated under, that is subclause 5A, talks about unconditional allocation being proceeds from court fines collected from the enforcement of county legislation as set out in column B. Honorable Speaker, this is a very dangerous trend. And we also need to request our county governments to be able to be careful about this. Honorable Speaker, when the county realizes they are not collecting money enough for them to be able maybe to increase their own source revenue, now they go into that unconstitutional means of just going to say, we are going to arrest Boda today, and the fine, they go and tell the magistrate it's around, the cutoff is around 5,000, irrespective of what the law says. Honorable Speaker, this is as much as we would want to encourage money to be collected from the courts at the county level. Honorable Speaker, it is also prudent for the governors and their respective CECs in charge of enforcement and finance not to use this clause to be able to go and punish our local leaders. Secondly, Honorable Speaker, it is important, and particularly for the national government, as we collect, as indicated under subclause 5B, as we collect monies for royalties, it is important for us to send that money down to the counties. It is unfortunate that for the last, if I remember, was it Taita Taveta? I was a chair of the Environment Committee, Honorable Chair, and it was unfortunate that a lot of money was collected out of royalties from titanium in Taita Taveta, and is it Kwale, sorry. Yeah, thank you, Mheshimiwa. It was in Kwale. Only for them to be able to be given their royalties 4 or 5 years thereafter. Honorable Speaker, that is very unfair to the counties, that as we collect, we should make sure that the money that has collected from mining, as indicated by the incoming governor of West Pokot. Mining is a great opportunity for counties to be able to collect royalties, which are collected by the national government and of course sent as per the laws, different laws as indicated on that. Honorable Speaker, for the purposes of the KIBES, I think that is something that is very important. In Nakuru, we already have one KIBE in Joro, and this will go a long way in creating employment for our youth Of course, Honorable Speaker, not forgetting health. As we are talking now, Honorable Speaker, most of these counties, their health workers are on strike. It is unfortunate that we are still, and you remember, we have been global. Should we bring this function back to the national government? But Honorable Speaker, as we are talking, it is very unfortunate that most of these counties, but I would want to say, I once visited Tana River County when in the last parliament, Honorable Speaker. And I was so impressed by what that county was doing, because whatever was being collected in every health facility was being plowed back into that health facility for them to be able to provide the health services. And how I wish that instead of collecting monies from our health facilities and then take it to the basket of the county, and again now the money disappears and never goes back to be able to handle our. Honorable Speaker, again, it is important as we look into these monies going down, the county assemblies must make sure that there is an effective, convenient, and effective public participation that involves people in decision of what is supposed to be done, Honorable Speaker. We know most of the time, and we have seen this in the counties, monies have been set aside, Honorable Speaker, and then somewhere the supplementary budgets in our county comes and actually almost 80% changes the whole budget. And it just goes without anybody asking. So it is important that whenever this money is, public participation should be something that should be emphasized so that the public from those respective counties can be able to make their respective issues. Honorable Speaker, on matters to do with climate change, Honorable Speaker, it is real. If you now walk around this country, Honorable Speaker, it is very, very sad to see that we might be having some problems with the production of maize in this year, Honorable Speaker. So again, it is important we take into consideration about what is happening in the climate change issue. People are just taking it for granted, but it is actually affecting, and the food security of this country might be affected. So it is important that the counties must take this very, very important aspect of climate change into their consideration so that we can be able to protect particularly the food security of this country. Honorable Speaker, the value chain on matters to do with agriculture, again, it is very important, Honorable Speaker, but let me finish by saying, Honorable Speaker, as indicated, monies will go depending on the feedback given by the citizen of that county and the performance indicators as to has whatever we intended to achieve, has it been achieved? And I think, Honorable Speaker, I would want to really emphasize on counties that please, whatever is given for a purpose, let it go for that purpose that is intended. With those few remarks, Honorable Speaker, I beg to support.
So Honorable Jared Okelo, the man who speaks good English, is now recognized to make his contributions to the bill.
Asante sana. Thank you very much, Honorable Speaker. Honorable Speaker, as you were inviting me to speak, I could see in the speaker's gallery the indomitable Ogande girls getting into the chambers, Honorable Speaker. And I know Ogande girls is the jewel of Homa Bay and the pride of our Nyanza region. This school reminds me of my two very important schools as well, Hero Girls and Migingo Girls, Honorable Speaker. So these three schools square at the level of academic prowess. But Ahero Girls is still the leading, Honorable Speaker. Nevertheless, and therefore, I just want to encourage these students to remain focused, keep their eyes on the ball, never to drop their ambitions to become whoever and whomever they would want to in the future. Schools are where character is incubated. And once you drop the ball, you destroy your lives, Honorable Speaker. And therefore, I have a lot of confidence that Ida Odinga's alma mater will continue producing the best of our societies, Honorable Speaker. Honorable Ida Odinga, apart from now being the United Nations Environmental Program Ambassador, Honorable Dr. Ida Odinga, having learned at Uganda Girls, has also excelled in several spheres of life, Honorable Speaker. Besides taking very good care of our recently departed Prime Minister, Honorable Speaker, Ida has always remained to be the beacon of hope to many, many children, both here in Kenya and globally, Honorable Speaker. And now she sits at a vantage position to even champion more and impact lives of many across the globe. And therefore, Uganda Girls being the place where that character was brooded, we believe that these children sitting at the speaker's gallery would also continue emulating Mama Ida and become responsible people in our societies, Honorable Speaker. There are some of them.
Honorable Jared Okello, for the record,
yes.
Who has Ahero Girls produced in the country whom you can mention?
I know that Uganda Girls sit in your constituency, and you have done so much to mold this school. I remember when you took us to Uganda Girls, Honorable Speaker, to raise funds to build a resource center, a center that does not just benefit the school, but it benefits the entire community. And I hope that if there are few touch-ups that need to be done in the resource center that I helped you build, that you will still call us once again to go to Uganda Girls and do what we should and what we know best. I thank you, Honorable Speaker. Coming back to the matter at hand, Honorable Speaker, that has been brought forth by our chair of Budget Committee, Honorable Samuel Atandi, I support this bill, Honorable Speaker. But stepping back and reflecting further, you ask yourselves, several years after the promulgation of our Constitution that gave birth to devolved functions and county governments, what are the success stories that we can write about our county governments? Today, in this particular bill, we are striving to ensure that they get additional funding, not just from the functions, the funds that follow functions, but now we are talking about fines by our courts of law in various jurisdictions, Honorable Speaker. We are talking about grants that are expended to counties, and these are outside the CARA, Honorable Speaker. And, you know, for example, Kisumu County, where I come from, Honorable Speaker, we have 7 constituencies. 7. In total, if we have to go by the National Government Constituency Development Fund, all collectively we get $1 billion shillings at the end of the year. Now, this is just a very paltry percentage of what goes to our counties. Our counties receive, Kisumu, for example, receives over 11 billion shillings straight from the national government every year. If you have to juxtapose that with only 1 billion that goes to national government CDF funds, which at the end of the day tends to sponsor more projects to completion than the 11 billion shillings that we cannot really write home about. I don't know about other counties, Honorable Speaker, but I think the story is the same wherever you go. If it was the NGCDF getting 11 billion at the end of the year, spread across our 7 constituencies, we will be a model. Our constituencies will be the best in the world, Honorable Speaker. At $1 billion shillings Kisumu County on NGCDF, we can count millions and millions of projects that impact positively on the lives of many, including the bursaries that target low-income families, Honorable Speaker. And these bursaries have helped plug children in school, without which many would be falling by the wayside. And therefore, Honorable Speaker, even as we give more monies to our counties, we also have to ask them to wake up, smell the coffee, and do what is right, Honorable Speaker. Look, for example, and this has been an incremental desire, appetite for more monies. You know about Equalization Fund, Honorable Speaker, which was meant to bring at par those counties that were considered very low. For instance, the northeastern region counties, Honorable Speaker. The governors went to court and stalled Equalization Fund for 10 years, Honorable Speaker. 10 years, it was a fight between who then controls Equalization Fund. Whereas it was, common knowledge that Equalization Fund was to be superintended by the national government. Counties went to court so that they could have absolute control over these funds, Honorable Speaker. And it took 10 years for court to make a decision about this matter. At the end of the day, counties lost. And the money now has just been started. They just started taking it to those counties that need it. But you ask yourself, what could we have achieved in the intervening 10 years when the matter was lying before our courts of law, Honorable Speaker? Now, add that to RMLF, the road maintenance levy, which is under contestation by the same governors, Honorable Speaker. So the governors have huge appetite for finances that if they hear of any money is going anywhere, they will rush to court so that they can control those monies, Honorable Speaker. If we had projects that are worth talking about in those counties, then that would be a different ballgame. But here is a situation where there is no project you can really talk about in our counties, but each time they hear of any monies, Honorable Speaker, they rush to court so that that money can be classified as a devolved fund and a devolved function, Honorable Speaker. We just finished doing our Sugar Act, Honorable Speaker, and we suggested within the Sugar Act to have road maintenance levy under the Sugar Act, Honorable Speaker. The initial idea was to plug that money to Kera for sugarcane growing regions. Now, when the matter went before the Senate chose to have it go to the counties, Honorable Speaker. Now, these counties are already controlling huge sums of monies meant for our roads, Honorable Speaker. But those roads which are never done to completion. So when a mediation team was formed, it was so decided thereafter that the monies were to be kept by the Sugar Board so that they can have control over it as a middle ground. Otherwise, we were going to be stuck for another 10 years, akin to what we saw during the Equalization Fund, Honorable Speaker. And therefore, we are asking, even as we put these monies in the pockets of our governors, Honorable Speaker, 1 year to the next general election, that they need to have projects that impact positively the lives of our people, but more.
How long do you need to conclude?
Yes, thank you. I thank you, Honorable Speaker.
How long do you need to conclude?
Oh, sorry, 2 minutes.
Grant Honorable Jared Okello 2 minutes.
I thank you, Honorable Speaker. So, Honorable Speaker, we need financial prudence, probity in the way we run our monies, Honorable Speaker. Otherwise, left unchecked, we as a nation will be losing a lot of monies. I see the senators here dragging governors to come appear before them. And you can see from their interrogation that monies were lost. But what then happens after they leave the Senate? The matter dies. I would have expected that there are certain very stringent recommendations made, up to and including inviting the DCI to take up the matter so that a few crooked individuals who are out to mess up our funds are taken before a court of law, charged, and languish in jails. Because if these monies can be lost from the records, and you know, records never lie, and figures don't lie, but these people come before the Senate, they are cleansed at the Senate, it then becomes, a common business of the day. So we need to step up our efforts as a country if we really are interested in developing this nation, so that funds that are meant to help our people are plugged inside the people's agenda. Honorable Speaker, I don't know why, as I conclude, that it was never considered that the same formula through which NGCDF is working was not considered for the governors, Honorable Speaker, because the NGCDF is a money that goes straight into what it was budgeted for, and you cannot deviate from it. And even if you have to make changes, you have to write 1 million letters to the NGCDF board, which must sit severally to come up with a decision that you've been granted that permission to tinker with the project scope. Honorable Speaker, if we did have that also apply for our counties, we would have had a rapid flight towards economic growth as a nation, and we would be very far at the end of the day.
The honorable members, our attention has been drawn to there being students from various institutions of learning from across Kenya. We have in the public gallery Orero Boys National School from Rangwe constituency, the Great Homa Bay County. In the speakers gallery, we have students, teachers from Ogande Girls High School, Ogande Girls National School, Homa Bay Town constituency, which I'm privileged to lead, Homa Bay County. All the students, the teachers, and the school community leading them to the house are welcome to the house to observe the proceedings of the National Assembly. We are at the second reading of a bill concerning some additional allocations to the counties. The Honorable KJ, what is out of order?
Mr. Speaker, it so happens that this most amazing school from your constituency comes to Parliament when you're on the seat and you're leading the proceedings of Parliament. And I wanted to request, Mr. Speaker, if I could, on your behalf, welcome the amazing students from Orero Boys National School, and to also welcome the students from Ogande Girls National School. And as I said, they come to Parliament on a very special afternoon where they get to know that the representative in Parliament is not only an elected member of Parliament, he also happens to be sitting on the Speaker's panel, running and presiding over the proceedings of this House, Mr. Speaker. If this is not role modeling, if this is not an example of leadership, then I do not know what leadership is. I would like to let the boys from Orero Boys, I'd like to let them know that this is the House of Parliament, where they are represented by the Honorable Lillian Gogo, who comes to this house to conduct the business that their parents elected her to do. To the amazing national school that is in the Speaker's panel, I'd like to let them know that this is the house where all matters in this country that have to do with legislation and the making of laws are done. That your member of Parliament may be a lawyer, but the laws are not made in the High Court, they are not made in the Supreme Court, they are not made in the magistrate courts, the laws are made in this house. What courts may be able to do is maybe interpret the laws that are made here. So I would like to challenge the two schools that are coming into this house this afternoon, Mr. Speaker, to know that being a national school is not enough. Each one of you must have their own personal ambition. You have seen how your members of parliament are doing, but you yourselves will also need to have your own ambition to become the best that you can ever be in whatever field you take up to be. Because as you can see, your elected member of parliament did not come to parliament to just be a regular member of parliament. He is actually the one leading the proceedings in this house, and this is the house where we conduct business for the welfare of society and the just government of the people. That the laws and the decisions that are made here are the ones that apply for our country, but most importantly, they ought to see that there is a gentleman by the name of Honorable Sam Atandi, who is the chairperson of budget in this republic, and the budgets of this country are coined and made here. And so if there is something that you're looking up to do, if you're looking up to national leadership, you've got great role models in this house. Mr. Speaker, I was taking this opportunity to welcome them because you mentioned that Her Excellency, Madam Ida Odinga, actually went to that school. And coming out of the school, this amazing national school, she ended up in Dagoretti as one of the most illustrious teachers at Kenya High School, another national school that is an iconic school in this republic. And so your background does not matter. What matters is what you do for your future. Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker, for giving me this opportunity to welcome these most amazing national schools that are here to observe the proceedings of the House. Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you, Honorable KJ. What happens to the digital system? Yeah, thank you, Honorable John Kiari. Before we joined Parliament, you are leading a team that was called Ridiculous. And you've done very well. I would have not been forgiven if I didn't allow you to recognize both Orero Boys and Ogande Girls National School. And thank you for those compliments. When my sons and daughters from Homa Bay County, who are still learning, are in the galleries. But there is also another person I'm seeing among them there, who is called Susan Kaluma, who is a law student. I don't know when she joined Uganda Girls. She's a law student. She is also welcome to the house, and indeed the entire team coming with them. There being no more interest in the motion, I can't notice you. That's Honorable Pauline Lengures. Yeah, please make your contributions. It appears there is a problem with the digital system. I'm not able to cite you on the screen here.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Speaker, for giving me a chance to add my voice to the county additional allocation bill. And let me first thank the committee led by the chair who is present here for bringing up this bill that will ensure that there is additional resources to our counties, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I represent a county that has a lot of challenges and a marginalized county, which actually requires to be supported. But through this bill, Mr. Speaker, I know our county is one of the counties that is going to benefit through the support of this bill. I want to thank the committee for always ensuring that the counties get their allocation at the right time, Mr. Speaker. I was also want to thank the President of this Republic because he has always ensured that all the counties get their resource envelope at the right time so that their activities are non-interrupted. Nevertheless, Mr. Speaker, I think also you have heard from other members that there are a lot of challenges from the counties. As much as we wish that a lot of resources go to our counties, but I think we have a common problem of management of those funds at the county levels. Because, Mr. Speaker, since devolution, there's a lot of money, a lot of billions of money that has gone to our counties. But you try to assess and look at the impact that this money has created, Mr. Speaker, you'll be shocked. You go to Samburu County today, the challenges that people or women have been facing the last 20 years ago, they're still present even today, despite of millions of money that has been sent to the counties. And you know, different counties have different priorities. If you go to the county like Samburu, that I represent, there are a lot of problems with the healthcare system. You go to a facility, someone is treated, and you are requested to go and buy a drug at the chemist. Or sometimes there are even no enough health personnel in our facilities. There are no equipment. Most of our patients are always transferred to Nakuru or to Kenyatta, and that is kilometers away, many kilometers away. So, Mr. Speaker, I think there is a gap, and we need to help the government close up this gap. Because as much as we are giving the money, we want to see the real impact of this money that is going to the counties. Last week, I was attending a function in a place called Wamba, Loikunyani in particular. I don't know whether you, Mr. Speaker, you're able to pronounce that word. When women were singing, they brought a bottle of water. You would think it is a mineral water, but it's brown water that I cannot even take unless I'm not in my full senses. And a water that I think is taken by animals. But women from that place are still drinking very dirty water. And you can imagine what will happen to the children under 5 and the people who are using that dirty water. They will get outbreak of diarrheal diseases and many other accompanied diseases that's as much as we are trying to help them this time. So, Mr. Speaker, I want to thank the committee for ensuring that we get additional budget to the counties. But there is a big challenge. We want to see this money helping the people. We want to see counties allocating bursary to our students, because many of our students who are in secondary schools and even universities or colleges are facing a lot of challenges. I don't remember last when our county especially disbursed enough bursaries for our students. We still have so many students dropping out of schools because their parents are not able to pay their fees. Even the ones of secondary schools, they are not able to give them bursaries, enough bursaries. The only bursary that is accessible now in Samburu County is the CDF bursary, which is not enough. The Samburu West sub-county has many students compared to the other 2 sub-counties, and they are not able to allocate enough money that is able to help the students continue with their education uninterruptedly. In fact, I would recommend, if there is anything that they can do, they can add bursaries to CDF so that members of parliament or the committee, CDF management committees, can be able to allocate enough money, bursary money to our students, because if we depend on the counties, then everything will collapse in this country. Another challenge, Mr. Speaker, we have the county assemblies. But until we give the county assemblies autonomy so that they can be able to do their oversight role to ensure that the money that goes to the county is being put into the right priorities, I think that money will also get lost as it has happened before. So we need to ensure that our county assemblies are empowered, both in financial management and also to their oversight role, so that they are also able to oversight this money that gets lost always when it goes to the counties. Another thing that I had also another member mentioning is that we need also the other government departments to do their job as expected. We have the Auditor General. Because if you see the members, the governors who have been coming to the Senate, it is evident that a lot of money has been lost. But after they leave the Senate, we don't see any follow-up or any action that has been taken to recover the money that is lost, or even to get someone arrested because of misuse of the public funds. We need the Auditor General to do their work, and if someone has misused the county money, then they should be held responsible. We want to see actions more than just visiting the Senate, and then from there they disappear. We want to see accountability. We want to see the money being put into practice. We want to see the money working. We want to see the life of our people changing. We want to see our students getting support of bursary. We want to see our health facilities, getting drugs, getting equipment, and getting even the health personnel, depending on the numbers that are supposed to serve the people. So, Mr. Speaker, I want to thank the committee so much for allocating these resources, but as a recommendation, we want to see this money being seen, or we want to see the impact of this money in our communities. Thank you so much, Mr. Speaker.
The Honorable Mary Emase.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker, for the opportunity to contribute to this very important bill. Honorable Speaker, the County Government's Additional Allocations Bill 2026 is very important because it seeks to give additional funds to the county governments. And these are funds from national government's share of revenue, that's from the consolidated fund, and also from loans and grants from development partners. And Honorable Speaker, this is premised on Article 190 and 202, 2 of the Constitution. And also this is what was agreed between the National Assembly and the Senate during the budget policy statement, that monies are transferred to the county government to support transferred functions. Having said that, Honorable Speaker, it's important that Kenyans understand what this bill is all about. There are conditional funds, and these are funds transferred from national government. There is money sent to county governments to pay community health promoters. There is money under conditional funds transferred for construction of county headquarters. There's also money transferred for county aggregation industrial parks, which are being built across the country. Honorable Speaker, there is money sent for administration of county housing committees that are dealing with issues around affordable housing. And also there is money sent for universal health workers' salary, universal health workers' salary, UHC, and also there is money that will be sent to the county government of Meru to pay for arbitral awards that were awarded. Under unconditional funds, county government will be receiving court fines. County governments will also be receiving additional funds in form of unconditional funds as mineral royalties, as per Section 183(5)(b) of the Minerals Act. All these are additional funds that are going to the county governments. And also under conditional funds, I've mentioned about loans and grants. Honorable Speaker, we have loans coming from the World Bank. We have money coming from the Germany Development Bank. We have money coming from IFAD. And all these funds, Honorable Speaker, are meant to support development functions in the county government in various sectors, around climate resilience, around agricultural value chain development projects. Money is sent to the county governments to help them on health projects, to support health functions in the county governments. Money for urbanization, urban roads within our towns, Honorable Speaker. There is money around livestock commercialization. I can mention there are a number of functions, development functions, being supported within the county governments. But Honorable Speaker, the question we are asking as leaders is the accountability and transparency in the administration of these resources. Honorable Speaker, we have had cases. I sit in the Public Accounts Committee where we oversight. Sometimes we have cases of there is a county that was given money for urbanization, for roads, but then the money is used to pay salaries. Honorable Speaker, you will look at some counties, you cannot find anything on agricultural value addition in the value chain. So, Honorable Speaker, I want to suggest that in the future, probably these county governments should submit budgets with the specific projects they are going to undertake using this money, so that then there is an audit trail. And this money should be ring-fenced around those projects, so that once money is sent for urbanization, it is meant to improve roads within the towns, within the counties. Then that money must be used to construct tarmac roads in towns within our counties, and those roads should be roads that can be seen to have been done. Honorable Speaker, if money is given to improve health facilities, buy equipments, maybe employ more staff, then that should be ring-fenced for that purpose, and it should be traced by seeing the physical projects that have been undertaken within the county governments. But otherwise, this is a very good bill. Our counties need this money. Can the governors use this money for the purposes intended, for the benefit of the people, so that people can get services, people can get quality services within the county governments, without having to transfer, for example, every person from Busia County to Eldoret MTRH? Can we have money improving the existing facilities so that there is value for money, so that Kenyans can get quality services within the county governments? Thank you, Honorable Speaker.
That's the Honorable Makilap.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Thank you for giving me this opportunity. First and foremost, I rise to support this county government's additional allocation bill 2026. Mr. Speaker, when you Kenyans watching us in this parliament under you, Mr. Speaker, is that this house is appropriating some of money for additional. Additional means that other than the money that has been allocated as under CARA, this house again further, and the national government further, give resources to our county governments to perform specific functions, to do programs and run programs that are beneficial to the people. So, Mr. Speaker, as my colleagues have actually elaborated on this matter, is that, Mr. Speaker, look, county governments are given money to now confirm and convert the UHC health workers to permanent and pension. So, Speaker, this group of workers give primary health care to the citizens of this country wherever they are. And they are spread across the country. And therefore, we shall not have the ugly incidences of universal health workers striking every now and then, paralyzing the primary health care in our county governments. So, Speaker, we also have unconditional grants from proceeds of minerals. I can see my county receiving very little amount of money, less than West Pokot. It means West Pokot is now a mining county, a county of mining. So, Speaker, Baringo has a huge potential, but the governor and his team are not utilizing this potential so that they can be able to compete with counties, small counties like West Pokot. So, Speaker, this is an urgent matter that we appropriate sums of money to county governments, Mr. Speaker, under this additional county allocations bill. It is necessary, Mr. Speaker, for accountability and proper usage of these programs that will be funded under this money. So, Speaker, my own county almost on these additional funds, Mr. Speaker, Baringo receives almost 1 billion. So, Speaker, if you calculate in addition to another 8 billion, going to around 10 billion, Mr. Speaker, this account with only 6 constituencies. The total allocation for all the constituencies on average could be less than, for CDF, for NGCDF, is less than actually $1 billion. But today, when you go to those counties, Mr. Speaker, it is this little money that is around 180, 170, 200 million that are visible. If you want to see a school that has been done well, it is funded by CDF. If you want to see a road that has been worked, funded by CARA. If you want to see programs or even bursaries being given, national government. So if we were, for example, take for instance my county, if we were subdivide the 10 billion that goes to Baringo, I mean, every constituency will get about 2 billion shillings in a financial year, and it will do wonders. So, Speaker, it means we must have the county assemblies must do a proper oversight and hold the governors to account, not to allow the governors to be oversighted by the Senate every now and then to an extent that as if there is no assemblies to do their job. In fact, Mr. Speaker, the Senate has literally overrun the county assemblies of this country, and they are doing every job that even the county assemblies could have done. So, Speaker, it tells you therefore that programs under KELGO, programs that are funded by donors. So, Speaker, these are loans that Kenyans will eventually pay, and we need to see results of those projects funded by these loans that are sent to the county governments, and they will be able to things to do with climate change, urbanization. Why do they give the money and the town is very filthy? There are no street lights. And here, the national government extends a further allocation for urbanization in those rural areas. So, Speaker, I pray for those of us here, including my good friend Posing wants to be a governor of West Pokot. Please, when you have an opportunity, let the county governments not become a devolved to corruption. Make a difference. If you have come from National Assembly to become a governor from the National Assembly, please make a difference so that devolution will be able to be impressed. Mr. Speaker, I am one architect that went against the grain in agitation for a new constitution in Kenya. Why? We want to develop power. Citizens will be able to organize themselves. Devolve resources, because this devolution gives resources without discrimination. Every county in Kenya will be able to get its own resources, regardless of which political party you supported, whether you are the one forming government or not. It is for the citizens of Kenya. So if resources are devolved, opportunities for the people are devolved also. So we want to see development. We want to see opportunities. We want to see trade fairs in those counties. We want to see a growth, but not the counties becoming a tent of corruption, a tent where nothing goes on. Every regime has more people to be employed instead of having programs that will improve the economic status of their people so that we have a progress. This country will not live to the first world if the counties are not doing their job properly. The president is interested in taking Kenya to first world. Today, when you go around Kenya, including Nairobi, it's a construction, it's a workshop, it's like a workshop. And all that is from the national government. We want to see the county governments using these additional funds and the other regular funds to develop the county so that when we lift as a country to first world, even the county governments are lifting the same and taking their people to prosperity. So, Speaker, I rise to support.
The chairperson of the Budget and Appropriations Committee will now reply.
Honorable Speaker, I thank you. Honorable Speaker, before I reply, let me also take this opportunity to welcome our students from Uganda Girls High School as well as Orero Boys High Schools. Honorable Speaker, it is important to note that these are our top schools from Nyanza region, schools that continue to produce global citizens, global professionals, and global leaders. Honorable Speaker, I host Nia Girls High School in my constituency, also a top school, just like Uganda Girls and Orero Boys. I am proud of the students from these two schools. Honorable Speaker, if you look at the performance of these schools in the recent past, they are top schools. They perform very well. They are always in top 10, top 20 nationally. Therefore, Honorable Speaker, their presence here to Parliament is something that we all celebrate. I believe that they have taken time to learn and to understand how Parliament operates, because this is part of what I call civic education. Honorable Speaker, with those many remarks, I also want to thank members for their full support to this bill and to our report. Honorable Speaker, I have really nothing to add except to request that I be given an opportunity to reply. Honorable Speaker, I reply. Thank you.
Thank you, Honorable Atandi. Honorable members, I now put the question. The County Government's Additional Allocations Bill, Senate Bill number 8 of 2026, be now read a second time. Will as many as are of that opinion say aye? Aye. Will as many as are of the contrary opinion say nay? The ayes have it.
A bill for an act of parliament to provide for the additional allocations to county governments for the 2026-2027 financial year, the responsibilities of the national government and county governments pursuant to such allocation and for connected purposes.
Next order.
Order number 8, motion. Second, report on the status of reports on petitions and resolutions.
Do you have any interest in this particular motion? The Honorable Dr. James Nyikal, you are recognized to make your contributions.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. May I also take this opportunity to welcome and appreciate the two great schools in Nyanza region that are in the House. I'll call upon the students, use this opportunity to change something in your life, change something in the way you see yourselves growing, to change something in your personality. It is only then that this visit will be of value to you. But we appreciate these two schools. Mr. Speaker, this motion is actually a report of the Committee on Petitions, and it is a report on implementation of the status of reports on petitions and resolutions passed by the House. Mr. Speaker, I want to take this opportunity to just emphasize the value of petitions. This is a constitutional right, Mr. Speaker, that every Kenyan citizen, whether it's an individual, whether it's a group, have the right to petition this House on any matter whatsoever that they feel action should be taken. The individuals have the right to do that, the groups have the right to do that, even proxies, somebody else that feels something should be done, even for the welfare of a totally different group, can petition. And Mr. Speaker, this process is actually the only process that gives members of the public an opportunity to involve this House in problems that they need solved. It's therefore important, Mr. Speaker, that whatever reports that come from these petitions should actually make a difference. The process we have, Mr. Speaker, is that once the petitions have been looked at by the Petitions Committee, Mr. Speaker, the reports will come either go directly to the petitioners or to the relevant ministry department, or in some cases be discussed in the plenary in this House. But of all these, Mr. Speaker, the one that is most important is the one that goes to the Committee on Implementation. And Mr. Speaker, the only comments I want to make, and if you look at this report, it has made observations. And if you look at the observations, the implementation of the majority of the House resolution passed require financial obligations for adequate implementation. Observation number 2, there was no adequate budget allocated to the ministry's departments to implement some of these recommendations, and that there is need for committee recommendations to be specific, measurable, and achievable. In other words, they should be smart. Mr. Speaker, those are extremely important if you look at it together with the recommendations that have been made. That the National Treasury should ensure appropriations of funds for implementations of the committees, of the committee recommendations. and that government agencies and departments should direct this into their plans. Mr. Speaker, these are extremely important. Members of the public groups take their time, do their research, and bring before us issues that they want us to address. Then the committee looks at this and gives us the report. And we are aware that many times these reports are actually not acted upon, which then is a great disappointment to the people who work on this, who bring these petitions before us. Therefore, Mr. Speaker, the point I need to make is, one, we must create a process, a framework that makes it mandatory that if a recommendation is made by this committee, then this recommendation is actually incorporated in the budget process and also in the work plans. And with that, then they'll be implemented. Should then the agencies fail to implement them, then we must have also, Mr. Speaker, a framework of sanctions for agencies that fail to implement the recommendations of the committee. If we do that, then this committee will have the teeth that it deserves to deliver for our people who bring petitions before us. With that, Mr. Speaker, I support the report of this committee.
Mheshimiwa Badi ametambuliwa.
Asante sana Mheshimiwa Spika. Mheshimiwa Spika, nataka kuchukua nafasi hii kukushukuru sana kwa kuweza kunipatia nafasi kwa wakati huu ili mimi pia kuunga mkono report hii ya petitions na pia vile vile resolutions ama yale mapendekezo yaliyopitishwa. Mheshimiwa Spika, kabla kuendelea zaidi, ningependa pia mimi kuweza kuwatambua wasichana wetu wa Uganda Girls High School ambako wanatoka Homa Bay, na vile vile hii ni shule ambayo Mama Aida Odinga ndio alisomea. Na kesho saa 4, Mheshimiwa Spika, Mama Aida Odinga atakuwa pale Miritini kwenye constituency yangu, ambapo amealikwa na Governor Abdulswamad Sharif Nasir kuanzisha a state of the art ECD ambayo ilianzishwa na marehemu Raila Amolo Odinga. Sasa kesho mama ndio anakuja kuifungua. Nataka kuchukua nafasi hii kumwombea Mheshimiwa Raila Amolo Odinga, kwa sababu tungependa sana sisi watu wa Jomvu kuona kile alichokianza kwa kesho amekuja fungua. Lakini maadamu Mama Aida atakuja, mimi nina hakika mama huyu wetu mpendwa ataweza kushikilia yale maendeleo na ile nyayo ambayo mzee Amolo Raila Odinga alianzisha. Na tukiangalia yule mama katika kupindishwa kwa Kiswahili, yani to be molded kwa Kizungu, alipindwa hapa shule ambayo inaitwa Uganda Girls. Hii ni shule ambayo Mheshimiwa Kaluma, nataka tukienda recess wakati huu wa sasa baada ya mwezi moja, Mheshimiwa Kaluma, mimi najitolea unipeleke nikaitembelee hii shule ili pengine nione watatoka kina Aida Odinga wengine ambao watatoka katika hii shule pia waongoze katika maisha ya hapa nchini. Nataka kuambia wasichana wetu ya kwa kuwa kila kitu chawezekana, na nachukua fursa hii ili kuwapatia nasaha ya kuambia na wapatia moyo, kwa sababu huyu ambaye amesimama hapa mbele yenu ni kijana anayetoka kwenye familia maskini. Babangu mimi alikuwa ni just a clinical doctor, akidunga watu sindano na kupeana watu madawa, lakini hakuna aliyedhani kama mtoto wake mimi leo nitakuwa mbunge katika bunge la Kenya. Na wapatia nguvu hiyo ya kuambia kwa kila kitu kinawezekana, ya kwa kuwa katika maisha yangu mwaka 2007 mpaka 13 nilikuwa diwani ambao siku hizi anaita MCA. Mwaka 2013 nikachaguliwa mbunge,
2017 nikachaguliwa mbunge, 2022 leo nimechaguliwa mbunge, na kule kwetu Jomvu tunasema mpango mzima ni 4 term bila break. 2027 nitarudi hapa, tutakuja onana vizuri. Kwa hivyo naona mheshimiwa Kosini mbona anacheka sana. Kwa hivyo nataka niseme siku hii ya leo ya kwa kuwa mpango huu mzima, Mheshimiwa Spika, ni muhimu sana, kwa sababu katika bunge la 12, Mheshimiwa Spika, nilileta petition hapa ya uhuru, ambao Mheshimiwa Spika, hapa iliamuliwa na koti ya uhuru walipwe bilioni 2, ambao ni bilioni 1.3 compensation, milioni 700 ilikuwa ni compensation ya ni cleaning up ya hiyo sehemu ya hapo. Mheshimiwa Spika, jambo hilo halijafanyika mpaka leo. Bajeti hiyo haijafanyika mpaka leo. Kuna mzee anaitwa mzee Ogola mpaka leo kwa kitandani, mzee Mheshimiwa Spika, yuwafa akingoja compensation. Leo hii nakumbuka spika wetu Justin Muturi alipigana akasema kuwa lazima tulipwe, mpaka leo watu wa uhuru hajalipwa. Vile vile petition ya barabara ya Jitoni, impitishwa barabara itengenezwe. Mheshimiwa, watu waenda mbio, hata wewe wajua niliweza kurezi jambo hili pale Mariakani ukiwako, tukiwa na Rais William Samoei Ruto. Kwa hivyo Mheshimiwa, mimi nataka kusema hapa bunge petitions committee, makadirio yote yanayoletwa ni muhimu yaweze kutekelezwa, kwa ajili wananchi kule nje wanaona tunasema mambo ambayo hayawi. Kwa hayo Mheshimiwa Spika, na kushukuru kwa kunipa nafasi hii. Asante sana.
Asante sana, and I think the Committee on Implementation should take the matter of that road you discussed with the President in my presence. Do we have anybody else interested to make contributions to this motion? No, Honorable Buddy, you cannot contribute again. You can't contribute again. Those are the procedures of the House. There being no more interests in terms of MPs seeking to contribute to this motion, the mover is called upon to reply. Do you have the chairperson of the committee in charge of implementation in the House? Not there. Yeah, so the mover is called upon to reply as and when this particular business will be scheduled for further deliberations by the House. Next order.
Order number 9, motion, report of the Kenya delegation to the 151st Assembly of the Inter-Parliamentary Union, IPU, and related meetings.
The leader of the delegation to move. Who was to move this particular one? Again, the mover is there. It is the last time we are postponing consideration of this particular business. The next time it comes before me, it will be dropped from the business of the House completely. Next order.
Order number 11, motion, report on the audited financial statements of selected state corporations in the roads and transport sector.
Chairperson, Public Investments Committee on Commercial Affairs and Energy to move.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker and Honorable colleague. And I really appreciate that you have given me this time. I waited for this time, Honorable Speaker, for 2 weeks. But as you said, Parliament schedules. So, Honorable Speaker, I beg to move that this House adopts the report of the Public Investment Committee on Commercial Affairs and Energy on the examination of the audited financial statements for the selected state corporations in the roads and transport sector laid on the table of the House on Tuesday, 14th October 2025. Honorable Speaker, as I move this report, Honorable Speaker, which is basically, as I have just said, transport sector, what we agreed, Honorable Speaker, as a committee is that we have rescheduled our report examination of the books, and now we are doing sector-wise, Honorable Speaker. And in this sector, which you have given me a very golden opportunity, Honorable Speaker, to move, we have done transport sector, which are roads and transport. And in roads, which ones are these, Honorable Speaker? These are as follows. we have, Honorable Speaker, and in this report, which I tabled last time, and which I have here, containing 430 pages, Honorable Speaker. We have the following agencies, which I am putting in the House to agree with our recommendation. One, we have Kenya Urban Roads Authority, which is KURA, Honorable Speaker. Two, we have Kenya Rural Roads Authority, KERA. Three, we have LAPSET Corridor Development, Honorable Speaker, Development Authority. Three, we have Kenya Ports Authority. Four, we have Kenya Civil Aviation Authority. Five, we have Kenya National Authority, that is KENA, that is doing our national train roads, Honorable Speaker. And in this report of 430 pages, Honorable Speaker, we have Nairobi Metropolitan Area. Honorable Speaker, you know, it will be very crucial for members, Honorable Speaker, and yourself to know that we have dealt with a number of years. This, Honorable Speaker, this report, which I have presented before you, Honorable Speaker, we went through an accumulation of 20 years in examining the books, Honorable Speaker, for Auditor General. An accumulation of 20 years, which are really a lot, Honorable Speaker. Honorable Speaker, we went through a number of audit queries. And the total audit queries, Honorable Speaker, in this report, which I presented before you, are 248 audit queries that were raised by Auditor General in those subsectors I've just mentioned. Speaker, among the 248, 140 were resolved by the Auditor General and the agencies that were concerned. And what came before us for examination and arbitration or trying to resolve, Honorable Speaker, as the committee or PIC in charge of commercial affairs and energy are 140, Honorable Speaker. And that is what we went through all the time. 140 are resolved, and we went through 108, Honorable Speaker. Honorable Speaker, this is my summary, or the summary of the issues that came within this sector, Honorable Speaker. And I want to present before the House the issues that came before us for examination. And we did a very great job in examining them, Honorable Speaker. So these are the highlights before you, Honorable Speaker. Number one, cross-cutting issues that the Auditor General found within those agencies. One very crucial, Honorable Speaker, is about land issues. There were a lot of queries in those agencies which are presented before you on land matters, Honorable Speaker. What are these that were raised by Auditor General? Number one, Honorable Speaker, Auditor General found that most of these agencies have no papers in the lands they occupy. They have no papers, they have no title deeds, they have no allotment letters, in almost all of them. And that poses a very, very big risk in terms of assets, Honorable Speaker. When you look at going concerns and so on, land becomes a fundamental issue in these sectors. And Honorable Speaker, in my few years of this committee, Honorable Speaker, I found that almost public agencies have no title deeds, Honorable Speaker. And that is what the Auditor General flagged as a fundamental issue before my committee for examination, Honorable Speaker. And of importance to this House and the people of Kenya, Honorable Speaker, is Kenya Ports Authority, among the agencies which I've just mentioned that I'm presenting before you, Honorable Speaker, and the House, that they have almost lost all the land. Why? Because they have no title deeds, they have no ownership documents, but they have buildings in those pieces of land, they have other assets in those pieces of land, but they have no titles. And they have risked. We even went and saw some of them, Honorable Speaker, they have been grabbed by other citizens who are cartels, and they have lost this land, Honorable Speaker. Speaker, this is a serious concern that I want to present before you and the House, so that the people of Kenya can also join us and help some of these institutions, which I am just giving before you, that Honorable Speaker, KPA is in danger of losing the land. And you know, KPA is a very fundamental national infrastructure. And I want to say this, Honorable Speaker, so that the people, and particularly National Land Commission, should hear us and should hear the House, Honorable Speaker, because it's a House that resolves the issues and that affect the people. KPA is under risk, Honorable Speaker. And therefore, that is a fundamental issue that we found cross-cutting in those agencies, and I've given an example of Kenya Ports Authority. What's your recommendation there, Honorable Speaker, in those issues that concern land in the entire, across the agencies? We are of the opinion, Honorable Speaker, that National Land Commission must up the game. And if National Land Commission cannot secure the public land of our institution, Honorable Speaker, then there is no need for National Land Commission to exist, Honorable Speaker. That we have a very tough recommendation to the agencies that are supposed to protect land, Honorable Speaker. Two, Honorable Speaker, a cross-cutting issue that we saw in these agencies is the issue of delayed projects, particularly in the road subsector. When you go to Kera, you find all roads are stuck. When you go to Kura, the same. When you go to Kenya, the same. Honorable Speaker, the Auditor General has flagged that one as a fundamental issue in that sector of roads. And we went through, Honorable Speaker, and we found the reasons why some of these roads are not there. Of course, in your constituency and my constituency, that's the same. Roads are not being done. And therefore, Honorable Speaker, the Auditor General flagged them out as a danger to resourcing, Honorable Speaker, in this country, and value for money. Actually, Auditor General is saying there's no value for money in almost 60% of our road network in this country. What are the reasons, Honorable Speaker? We found out in our examination and visits that one of the reasons, Honorable Speaker, the biggest spending bill, the biggest spending bill, that contributes to these roads being stuck on the way or nobody is doing at all. It is spending bills. Why spending bills? Of course, you know the reasons, Honorable Speaker, which I will espouse in a minute. But one is pending bills. Number two, which we found as a committee, Honorable Speaker, is that the contractors which were identified have no capacity. And this is very important, Honorable Speaker, that these people who are in roads, because we're asking whether some of these contractors are also part of the agencies or the staff of agencies, and that is why they cannot do their work, Honorable Speaker. Most of the roads, these people have run away from the work called contractors, Honorable Speaker. We found out that that's one of the reasons that has costed us billions of money in terms of value for money. The third, Honorable Speaker, that we found out that it is causing this problem is that the road subsector is not getting sufficient release of exchequer. Even when it is in budget, Honorable Speaker, they don't get that money in good time. So what is our recommendation in that sector, Speaker, so that we are able to save money? Because the losses we are getting in terms of roads not being done, Honorable Speaker, is that the contractors are claiming for interest, the contractors are claiming for damages and so on. So Kenya, we are paying billions of money, which we would have saved in making those roads, Honorable Speaker. We are proposing to the House and you, Honorable Speaker, that number one, the roads agency that have a contractor that have defaulted or assigned his or her work to another contractor, that contractor should be blacklisted, Honorable Speaker. They should not do work in this country. They should be blacklisted. If they get a job, contractor who has been blacklisted gets a job, that's corruption, Honorable Speaker, and the agency and the CEOs must be taken to task and go to jail, Honorable Speaker, because these are the people who are causing us problem. They have known they don't do any work, so why do you give them any other work, Honorable Speaker? That is one of the recommendations. Number two recommendation in that sector, Honorable Speaker, in terms of value for money, we have found out and our proposal, Honorable Speaker, and our recommendation is that money, when budgets have been done, exchequer going to roads, Honorable Speaker, we are proposing that Speaker should not be split into quarters. It doesn't make sense, Honorable Speaker, when you split them into quarters. Because you give little amount of money, they don't pay the contractor because it's a little amount of money. We are proposing to you, Honorable Speaker, the House, that the road sector should get the amount in time when they ask for exchequer. Rather than giving 4 quarters, we give them once, Honorable Speaker. That's our proposal as a committee. The third recommendation we are recommending, Honorable Speaker, in this sector of roads, we agree with the President William Ruto proposal for funding these roads. You know, the President, Honorable Speaker, came with that proposal of securitization. That is the future, Honorable Speaker. I am happy as a chairman to say before this committee now and this House that when I was chairman of Transport, Honorable Speaker, last Parliament, we contributed towards proposing that we should fund roads differently, not in the budget, Honorable Speaker, and we thank the President for spearheading an alternative way of funding roads, including now the new infrastructure bond, infrastructure fund, Honorable Speaker. Roads cannot be funded normally. We must fund roads abnormally so that we can be able to move forward, Honorable Speaker. The third area of concern which I want to share with the House, Honorable Speaker, which we found out is, or found out by the Auditor General, is this issue of employment, particularly in the national cohesion area, Honorable Speaker. We found out that most agencies, specifically, Honorable Speaker, and of your concern to the House, most agencies which are regional based, most of those agencies, Honorable Speaker, are being run, or the officers come from the communities upon which these agencies are existing, or they are working there, or headquarters. If an agency is headquartered in Mombasa, most of the people who work in that agency are the people who come from Mombasa. If the headquarters in North Rift, people who work in that agency in North Rift, Honorable Speaker, come from North Rift, Honorable Speaker. We found out that there is total violation to the National Cohesion Act, Honorable Speaker. Total violation to that act. What is our recommendation, Honorable Speaker? Our recommendation is that that law must be implemented. Otherwise, Honorable Speaker, some institutions, they talk in local language and translate in English the minutes. Because all of them talk in their local language, all of them. And then it's serious, Honorable Speaker. Actually, then we are not promoting a country. We're actually promoting some sectors of this country. That is what was isolated by the Auditor General that cut across the agencies which I have just mentioned, Honorable Speaker, and particularly those ones that are based at the regional level. We are suggesting, Honorable Speaker, that we need to review that law and those that run those institutions, Honorable Speaker, must be able to make sure that we follow the law. The fourth one, Honorable Speaker, and maybe finally as my highlight, is we found the Auditor General flagged the sibling rivalry between Kenya Airways and Kenya Civil Aviation Authority in terms of expenditure and use of air passenger service charge. Honorable Speaker, we are of the opinion and we propose in our recommendation here before you, Honorable Speaker, that we are asking the House to agree with us. We are proposing, Honorable Speaker, that that money which the two agencies seems to be having rivalry, sibling rivalry, they're almost taking each other to court. We are proposing that, Honorable Speaker, that when they're collected by KRA, that money should be taken, whatever it is for Kenya Civil Aviation Authority should be taken straight to Kenya Civil Aviation Authority. And whatever is for KAA should go to KAA. But at the moment, Honorable Speaker, and what the Auditor General has flagged out, the money goes from KRA to KAA, then from KAA to KCA. The problem comes when the money is supposed to move from KAA to KCA. They find a problem, Honorable Speaker, that they're almost taking themselves to court. And we as a committee, having seen that and flagged by Auditor General, we are of the opinion, Honorable Speaker, to you and the House, that you agree with us that we should amend the Air Passenger Service Act so that the money is collected by KRA and whatever it is for KCA should go straight to KCA, and whatever for KA should, Honorable Speaker, go then straight to KA. Honorable Speaker, having said that and having highlighted that, Honorable Speaker, we are of the opinion that, Honorable Speaker, the Auditor General needs to be resourced properly. Honorable Speaker, they are doing a great job. I will tell you, being the chairman now for a number of those years, Honorable Speaker, I want to plead with you and the House that these people are saving Kenya billions of money. Honorable Speaker, Auditor General must be resourced properly, and particularly now with the devolved units. Now you find Auditor General is in these devolved units, all of them. And I'm saying that because, Honorable Speaker, when they come before my committee, they are so stretched. And that's why I'm proposing to you, Honorable Speaker, at the House, that you do agree with us that the Auditor General needs to be resourced properly so that we can be able to save Kenya money. Honorable Speaker, because of time and the interest of the members which I am seeing here, Honorable Speaker, I want to say that those are a few highlights that I want to highlight in moving this motion. And having moved it, Honorable Speaker, I want to thank you, and I want to ask my colleague and my friend, Honorable Sheikh Yusuf, Honorable Speaker, to second the motion. Thank you.
You are recognized to second.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I want to second my chairman, Honorable Speaker, on the third report of the Public Investment Committee on Commercial Affairs and Energy. Mr. Speaker, the Committee of Public Investment and Commercial Affairs is a very crucial committee that takes its time and gets its work seriously. Mr. Speaker, after deliberation and seeing all the queries that was brought before us, and investigating thoroughly, we came up with two sets of queries. A query that is always general to all departments and sagas that presented their reports before us. For example, Mr. Speaker, one of the queries that always comes up in front of the committee is the bending bill, Mr. Speaker. Whether it is roads, whether it is KPA, whether it is any other, whether it is Kenya Ports Authority, Kenya Civil Aviation, all of them, Mr. Speaker, have a bending bill. And this bending bill issue, Mr. Speaker, is becoming a monster in this country, where contractors and people who are doing business with Kenyans are left with the burden. And nobody cares about it, most of it. Mr. Speaker, if, for example, I give you an example, is Kenya Rural Roads Authority. This Kenya Rural Roads Authority, Mr. Speaker, has accumulated of bending bills was disrupting the operations and expenditure of KERA. Now the committee noted, Mr. Speaker, the interest alone on delayed payments on this particular institution is 66 billion Kenyan shillings, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, this 66 billion could have gone into the healthcare service, it could have gone into education or any other critical infrastructure in this country, Mr. Speaker. Paying 66 billion on penalties by only one entity is not a joke, Mr. Speaker. This country needs to wake up. This House must work hard and to make sure that we will not have any bending bills, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, secondly, what the committee also observed is, Mr. Speaker, is the issue of land. All these entities, Mr. Speaker, lack of ownership documents by the entities themselves on their properties, Mr. Speaker. You will find that even their offices, some of their headquarters offices, have no documentation, Mr. Speaker. Or there is a litigation, or they're in courts fighting to retrieve or gain legal ownership of that specific document, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, this was a very serious issue by all departments. No single department had not presented that kind of query in front of the committee, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, the third issue, Mr. Speaker, is the KCA issue, Mr. Speaker. The committee noted a gap in collection and management of air passenger service charges, Mr. Speaker. The committee was informed that the funds are collected by the Kenya Revenue Authority instead of KCA. Authority who remits to fund that it is directly managed by Kenya Airport Authority. The infrastructure is in Kenya Airport Authority and the funds are collected by KRA. The Kenya Civil Aviation Authority undertakes monthly reconciliation on the APSC revenue to determine the amount receivable, but lacks full visibility into the actual allocation, Mr. Speaker. That's an issue. You can't account for something that you have not collected, Mr. Speaker. It is either, Mr. Speaker, the infrastructure itself shall be managed by KRA in totality, or the management and the collection of the revenue should be under KCA. That mix-up, Mr. Speaker, is creating a lot of queries with the auditors and problems with the KCA. Mr. Speaker, in conclusion, the committee recommends that there should be enhanced integrated plan and collaboration between the NLC and relevant transport entities so as to streamline bureaucratic process and speed up processing of the title deeds, Mr. Speaker. The coordination among the two entities will help minimize litigation, Mr. Speaker, and blockage and overcome legal hurdles. Mr. Speaker, these two entities are government-owned entities. There is nothing that prevents them to come up with an amicable solution to solve the issue of land, government land. We are not talking about private land. We are talking about government land. Some have been investigated by the EAC because they were grabbed by individuals, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, with those few remarks, I second the report. Thank you very much.
Honorable members, I propose the question. This has adopted the report of the Public Investments Committee on Commercial Affairs and Energy on its examination of the audited financial statements of selected state corporations in the roads and transport sector, laid on the table of the House on Tuesday, the 14th day of October 2025. It is out of order. The Honorable Dr. Oscar Nabulindo.
Mr. Speaker, I beg to move that the debate be adjourned. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Yes, honorable members, the Honorable Dr. Oscar Nabulindo, standing under Standing Order number 96, has asked that the debate relevant to this motion be now adjourned. Will as many as are of that opinion say aye? Aye. Will as many as are of the contrary opinion say nay? The ayes have it. So the debate on that motion, Honorable Kosing, is adjourned to such future date as it shall be scheduled for the House's consideration by the House Business Committee. Next order.
Order number 12, the Books and Newspapers Amendment Bill, National Assembly Bill number 47 of 2025.
Honorable members, for the convenience of the House, the motion appearing under order number 12, order number 13, order number 14, order number 15, order number 16, order number 17, order number 18, order number 19, order number 20 will be stepped down for the House's consideration and deliberations when they will be next scheduled for debate by the House Business Committee. Be upstanding, honorable members. You can't raise a point of order when the speaker is on his feet. Honorable members, the time being 18:51 p.m., this House stands adjourned until Tuesday, the 4th day of August, 2026 at 2:30